Chapter 922. The Void Mirror, Heaven-Devouring Demonic Jar, and Dragon-Patterned Black Gold Cauldron clashed, creating an earth-shattering scene. It was unknown how many people fell to the ground, trembling in fear and unable to move. Most of this small world was shattered and connected to the outside world. If this continued, the ancestral temple of the past number 1 divine dynasty would be turned into ashes. Ear-splitting draconic cries rang out. Over 10,000 black dragons soared into the sky, their tails all inside the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. Every single one of them was tens of thousands of zhang long, and as thick as a mountain. Every single scale cast from black gold was as large as a door and flickered with a metallic luster. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron floated up and down. Over 10,000 black true dragons leapt about in the cauldron, releasing countless strands of immortal light. That area was enshrouded in mist, and the enormous dragon bodies were incomparably terrifying. The void mirror's beam of light was astonishing. No one could look directly at it, and the beams of light it shot out were who knew how many times more brilliant than the sun. Those were strands of immortal sword divine light ringing about, cutting through everything. They hacked down on the endless black dragon's bodies, creating world-shaking sounds. This was the peak of immortal might. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron fought against the void mirror. Both of them were priceless immortal treasures. Fortunately, they didn't land on the ground, or else the earth would have been destroyed. Yi Fan slaughtered his way over, and the heaven-devouring demonic jar also attacked. The jar's mouth spat out millions of strands of multicolored light, creating a beautiful scene. Multicolored clouds rose, and it was as if a peerless beauty appeared, hazy and unreal. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron shook greatly. Over 10,000 black dragons roared at the same time, and an immortal core appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, releasing endless light. It was as if it was going to ascend to resist the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Hong! This final small world shook violently. Apart from the ancestral temple and the 5-colored altar, everything else was destroyed, turning into powder and completely merging with the great world. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Wang. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron released a Dao cry, releasing tens of thousands of strands of black light. All of the dragons entered the cauldron, and the immortal core also withdrew, turning into an eternal beam of immortal light as it tore through the sky. Those at the light-shaking realm had all fled. If this battle continued, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. The weapons of the great ancient emperors were the most shocking. When the Motherf * King Human King wielded the Emperor weapon, he could slash down stars with unparalleled might. Even if they were the descendants of the Motherf * King Human King, they could still cause the entire ancient planet to be in a state of desolation, with no signs of life remaining. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, it could be said to be a crisis of the world being slaughtered. Even the 4 great divine dynasties of the Central Plains were horrified, fearing that the emperor's might would spread. The blue sea undulated, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. This was the phenomenon of a bright moon rising from the sea. Ji Haoyue glanced over, put away the void mirror, and landed on the ground. Yi Fan nodded his head in thanks, and then he returned to the 5-colored altar. The great powers without emperor weapons all withdrew, not daring to compete with them. The heavenly prince and the others also disappeared, no longer appearing. Why is it incomplete? Yi Fan was stupefied. He truly didn't have the slightest method. If the 5-colored altar wasn't complete, how was he supposed to cross the starry skies? There's a teleportation array here. It seems like someone went in just now. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes glanced at the top of the mountain. The 5-colored altar was built against the mountain, and there was a stone platform not far from here. Mottled marks had been left behind by time, and there were also many marks left behind by humans. It was profound and unfathomable. A miracle. This is an ancient emperor-level teleportation array. Where does it lead to? The large black dog exclaimed in surprise, his eyes burning with passion. With a whoosh he scurried over. He began to quickly imitate the inscriptions. This kind of thing was priceless to him. If he could really comprehend it, he could benefit from it for the rest of his life. This kind of teleportation array was connected to the most fundamental thing of heaven and earth. Huolin, and Huoqilin also stepped forward, standing behind Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. The other cultivators didn't dare to approach, and they could only look at it enviously. This kind of ancient emperor-level teleportation array most likely led to an inconceivable place. In front of the central ancestral temple, the various great powers moved. The eternal inheritances that controlled imperial weapons looked over here, and there were people approaching. They realized that this ancient teleportation array might be even more valuable, and it might lead to the most core location of the Yuhua God dynasty. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Everyone's attention was focused on this place. The aura of the archaic imperial weapon filled the air, and it was very likely that it would attack here. It was filled with killing intent. That's not right. Although that teleportation array is at the imperial level, it doesn't fit in with this place. It seems like it was carved later, and it was done in a hurry. It's just a small formation platform. That's right. Although it's very ancient, it doesn't seem like it was carved by the Yuhua God dynasty itself. Instead, it seems like it was done by someone who cut off a section of the five-colored sacrificial altar. There was no lack of Grandmaster-level figures who studied ancient formations here, and they weren't much inferior to the Black Emperor. At first, after observing and seriously comparing, they saw through the mystery and came to this conclusion. The killing intent retracted. Regardless of whether it was the weapons of the ancient emperors or the artifacts of the archaic emperors, they all stopped fluctuating. They didn't press forward anymore, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The large black dog took out a few pieces of divine source and inserted them into the grooves on the stone platform. This ancient teleportation array instantly lit up, and there were golden lines moving along the grooves, finally interweaving to form a door. Different from other Dao patterns, these patterns interweaved together to form a real door. The frame seemed to be forged from gold, and it was dazzling. Moreover, the scene on the other side of the door could be clearly seen. It was as if one would reach their destination after stepping through it, and it wasn't crossing the void. That is, everyone was stunned. The first thing that entered their eyes was a five-colored sacrificial altar. It was very grand, but it wasn't complete. It was naturally ancient and had the vicissitudes of history. That was the accumulation of time. Every piece of stone had a mark of time, and it told the truth of eternity. There was nothing that could last for a long time. Why does it look so familiar? Someone revealed a puzzled look, unable to remember for a moment. Yi Fan was immediately petrified. He was stunned because he instantly knew where this place was. He had once risked his life to enter and exit this place. The Black Emperor inserted another two pieces of divine source into the grooves. The golden door enlarged, and the scene on the other side became clearer. Everyone immediately let out cries of surprise. Many people knew where this ancient teleportation array led to. Above a pitch-black abyss, the five-colored sacrificial altar was motionless and lifeless. There were 9 holy mountains in the surroundings, and it was they that formed that bottomless abyss. It was pitch-black, making one's mind involuntarily sink into it. It's actually ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Everyone was shocked. It was to the extent where they could see an undying precious tree that was half the height of a person, as well as a divine spring. It made one's heart tremble. Why does it lead there? Who exactly was it that cut off the five-colored sacrificial altar and sealed it at the entrance of the abyss? Everyone thought to themselves, unable to find an answer. This was a demonic earth. Regardless of who approached it, they would face a life-and-death disaster. This was especially the case with the desolate land at the bottom of the abyss. There was an unknown and terrifying existence that could seize life and time. It really is the ancient, desolate, forbidden land, there is no doubt about it. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. This ancient teleportation array was too mysterious. It actually led to a life-forbidden land, and it was so strange. It formed a golden door, and everything on the other side could be clearly seen. One could reach it with a single step. One has to understand that this was the central continent, and right now one could reach the eastern wasteland's southern region with just a single step. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li they were separated from each other. Mortals would need hundreds to thousands of lifetimes, and cultivators would need more than 10 years to fly. Many people became impulsive. There was the divine silkworm race's 9-wonder divine medicine there, and now, it had been divided into 9 stalks. Right now, it could be said that it was almost within reach. If they rushed over, they might be able to dig up 1 or 2 stalks. Hong! Almost in that instant, this place erupted with commotion. Many people couldn't hold themselves back, all of them wishing to rush over and pick the undying divine medicine. Back then, the various sects spent endless effort to no avail. And now, the opportunity was right before their eyes. This was especially the case with the ancient races. They couldn't sit still any longer, especially the divine silkworm race's experts. They immediately flew onto the altar, arriving before them, staring rigidly forward. Yi Fan and the others didn't stop them, calmly watching the situation develop. They were well aware of how terrifying that place was. Even if they could enter, they might not necessarily be able to reach the divine medicine. Swoosh! There were some who couldn't hold themselves back. More than 20 figures rushed through the golden door, all of them experts. When their feet descended, they all appeared on the 5-colored altar. Everyone held their breaths, paying close attention. More than 20 people fell onto the 5-colored altar, their appearances quickly aging. Everyone could clearly see their white hair and wrinkles on their skin. This scene made everyone feel great fear. There were some who leapt high into the air, wishing to rush down from the 5-colored altar to pick the undying divine medicine. However, what was horrifying was that they had long lost all of their magical force and cultivation, directly falling into the abyss, unable to fly at all. This left everyone in despair. They were trapped on the 5-colored altar. The floating altar was directly above the abyss, still quite a bit of distance from the several holy mountains cliffs. These people had lost their cultivation and magical force, unable to fly, so how could they jump so far with their flesh alone? Miserable cries sounded. They were on the 5-colored altar, directly facing the abyss. The Huang aura was the strongest. They were quickly declining, some of them already skin and bones, eye sockets sunken, white hair falling down, looking just like skeletons, incomparably terrifying. 1 or 2 of them understood formations, bringing out formation cores, wishing to cross over and escape, but it was completely useless. In this life-restricted region, the Tao patterns had been erased, unable to display any use. The people on this side shivered inwardly rejoicing that they didn't rush into the golden door. Or else they would also meet the same end, almost no path of life left. This life-restricted region couldn't be carved with divine patterns, unable to be crossed. Only this ancient great emperor-level special formation could enter. But for them, this was only a path of death. The people on the 5-colored altar cried out miserably. Many people increased their speed, preparing to cross the void and reach the holy mountains, but they fell into the abyss one after another, releasing heart-wrenching cries of old age. Devil land. So it was like this, the 5-colored altar needs to be repaired. No wonder there was an accident back then when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. It was because the altar was damaged. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Little Yi, don't go, it's too dangerous. Jiziyue was on the verge of tears. There's no time, perhaps the 5-colored altar will sink into the abyss soon. I can't wait any longer. Moreover, the passage of time can't deprive me of my lifespan. I've safely entered and exited this place before. Yi Fan made up his mind. Someone crossed over. Everyone cried out in alarm. Another person stepped into the teleportation formation, landing on the 5-colored altar. This was an ancient race with wings. He immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the holy mountain. He succeeded. Many people clenched their fists, but what awaited him was a narrow escape from death. As soon as he landed on the abyss, his wings were immediately shattered. He staggered forward, and in the end he still fell on the cliff. Even though he failed, there wasn't a single ancient race member with divine wings who wasn't moved. They all wanted to take the risk and gamble. I can't wait any longer, I should go on my way. Otherwise, if they continue like this, the desolate slaves might be lured out. Yi Fan said to himself. Chapter 923. You have to think about it carefully. Putting everything else aside, just the obstacle of the forbidden ancient land is already very difficult. Even if you can successfully step onto the ancient path of the galaxy and reach the other side, what if it's all for naught? The monkey said seriously. This was not impossible. Even if he went through all the hardships on the way back, Yi Fan might not be able to see his parents. So many years had passed. Perhaps things were still the same, but people had changed. Maybe it's really all for naught. Even if I return to my homeland, I might not be able to see anything. But if I don't go back, I will regret it for the rest of my life, Yi Fan said to himself. Seriously, he had already left Earth for more than 20 years. At that time, his parents were already showing signs of old age. After so many years, anything could happen. There was no time. Now, Yi Fan really could not stay any longer. If he went back a few years later, there would be almost no suspense or anticipation. These years he could not calm down. There was always a kind of anxiety in his heart. No matter what the result is, even if the worst thing happens, I have to go back. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. No matter what the road ahead was, Yi Fan had to go back. It was human nature. He could not give up everything here, but he could not abandon his parents. You take care. I will pray for you every day. Jizu's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She pointed to the sky, telling him that if he missed his old friends, he could look up every night. The shortest and longest distance in the world were the souls. You really have to go. If your fate with the mortal world is over, I hope that one day you can return. Qi Luo sighed and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Everyone knew that this was almost impossible. If there were no accidents, this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. Because even they did not know the coordinates of the Big Dipper galaxy. How could he return? Actually, I really want to go with you to the other side of the galaxy to conduct great archaeological research. Unfortunately, that place is difficult to cultivate in, so I don't dare to go. Duanda stepped forward to bid farewell. Here, use it when you enter the life forbidden zone later. The large black dog opened his mouth and spat out a small purple jade gourd. It was only the size of a thumb. After it was opened, multicolored light gushed out, giving off a strong fragrance that made one feel as if they were ascending. All the pores on their body relaxed. Immortal divine medicine. Everyone was stupefied. They never thought that the greedy and shameless big dog would have such a thing on him. He was actually willing to take it out at such a crucial moment. Where did you get it? The few of them couldn't believe it. Divine phoenixes danced in the air as scarlet multicolored light scattered down. Specks of immortal light flickered, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. There seemed to be a phoenix imprisoned within the small purple jade gourd. And there was a world-shocking scene lingering about it. This is Emperor Wu Shi's immortal divine phoenix medicine, the large black dog exclaimed. Of course, this could not possibly be an entire stock of divine medicine. There were only 4 drops of divine phoenix medicine's blood essence, and each drop could bring a person back to life. Several years ago, it almost died, but it was saved by little Nan Nan's tears. Afterwards, in order to protect itself, it entered Mount Purple and extracted a few drops of divine liquid from that stock of immortal medicine. It had always carried it on its body. That damned bird has become a spirit, and it's an old acquaintance. I begged and begged to get 4 drops, and I won't give more no matter what. No one would have thought that the large black dog would suddenly be so generous at the last moment. One had to realize that in the past he had often done things like killing acquaintances, snatching treasures whenever he saw them. Wherever he passed, not even a crooked gourd would be left behind. Give us the holy fruit and the immortal true dragon medicinal liquid drops. This time, you're lacking these things to survive, so hurry up and accept them before I change my mind, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Yi Fan did not refuse. He was about to cross over and leave. He truly needed these things to preserve his life. The monkey and the others wanted to return the holy fruit and true dragon medicinal liquid to him, but they were rejected. 4 drops of immortal phoenix liquid were enough for him to enter and leave several times. The medicinal fragrance alerted everyone nearby, and many greedy gazes looked over. However, when they saw the purple jade gourd in Yi Fan's hand, none of them dared to make a move. They did not dare to provoke this killing god. Have a safe journey. The few of them knew that they could not make Yi Fan stay no matter what, so they could only send him off and give him their sincere blessings. You guys have to take care too. Yi Fan looked at them, wanting to imprint each and every one of them in his heart forever. Then he resolutely turned around, and divine light flowed around his hands. This incomplete five-colored altar was put away, falling into his spatial artifact to repair the true altar. Many people from the ancient race and other great human forces were unwilling, but they did not dare to stop him. The heaven-devouring demon jar was floating, and no one was willing to make a big fuss over it. After all, it was only a corner of the altar, and it could not be of great use. Yi Fan strode over and entered that ancient teleportation formation, walking towards that golden door, about to leave just like that. Little Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue cried loudly, her tears falling in pairs. Tears rolled down her jade-white face, wetting her clothes. Yi Fan's heart ached, and he muttered to himself. He waved his arms and looked at the few of them. He was also unwilling, but he had no other choice. Don't forget, there is a group of old friends here waiting for your return. Although the few of them said this, they knew that this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. The lonely universe was too vast, and it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. Goodbye. Yi Fan turned around resolutely and walked towards the golden door. When he looked back, that purple-clothed girl was still there, waving her hand with all her might, shouting something loudly. She tried her best to smile, but there were sparkling tears on her jade-white face. Yi Fan pulled off a jade pendant, and it turned into a beam of light, falling into Ji Ziyue's hands. On the other side of the starry sky, this was a flawless mutton fat jade material. It was sparkling and beautiful, and there was almost no flaw. It was something that Yi Fan had carried with him for many years. He was about to go far away, so he didn't want to say too much. He didn't want to leave any more sadness. Only this item could be kept as a souvenir. Yi Fan took a step forward and set off on his journey. Monkey, Duanda, Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also watching, sending him off. Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue burst into tears. Dongfang Yi and the others also had tears in their eyes. They had once fought side by side, gone through life and death together, and they had once dominated the world together. But now, they had no choice but to separate. It would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. Goodbye, my friends. These were the last words of Yi Fan as he disappeared from the ancient teleportation formation. All the heroes of the world were watching quietly, and they were all shocked. They could see that Yi Fan was about to go far away and leave this world. The human race's holy physique is about to leave. He has returned after 12 years, and now, I'm afraid that he will leave forever and never return. This world has one less contender on the Emperor's road. This was clearly a major event, and it caused a huge uproar. The ancestral temple was noisy, and many people began to discuss it. Without a doubt, the world would lack an unparalleled expert in the future. This was a major event that everyone could foresee. The human race's holy physique would disappear from this world without his participation. The great Emperor's road is not perfect without the great completion of the holy physique. It's enough that a few ancient princes have come into being. Otherwise, who knows how many heroes will fall when the holy physique reaches great completion one day. Perhaps there will be less white bones and blood. Many elders of the human race sighed in pity. Yi Fan leaving was, in a sense, a great loss for the human race. On the other hand, many people of the ancient race rejoiced. Without the human race's holy physique, the world seemed to be much brighter in the future. A hero who could kill the 8th generation of the primitive emperor would suppress the younger generation to the point that they couldn't breathe. This jade pendant. Duanda stared at the mutton fat jade in Ji Ziyue's hand. It was completely natural and had no knife marks. There was a red thread tied to it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's very similar to the jade pendant that was thrown on Wusher's platform. Could it be the same reincarnation? He murmured softly. He glanced at Ji Ziyue and thought of that saintess. He shuddered. He had been robbing graves all year round, and didn't believe in reincarnation and fate. Otherwise he wouldn't have dug graves. However, this jade pendant really did seem to be very similar to the one that was thrown on Wusher's platform beside the saintess skull. The human race's holy physique hasn't aged yet. He's repairing the 5-colored altar. Many people of the ancient race exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Through the golden door, they could see that the grand altar above the abyss was being repaired by Yi Fan. The missing corner was seamlessly joined together with the main body. There was even a 5-colored stone pillar that filled the center of the 5-colored altar, making it complete in an instant. It was no longer missing and had become a complete entity. Yi Fan swallowed a drop of the immortal phoenix's blood essence, and then gulped down the divine spring in the jade bottle. His appearance didn't age, his body was immortal, and his vitality was exuberant. He was full of vigor and energy, stunning everyone. At this time, many winged races of the ancient race had sent in large numbers of experts. They landed on the altar, and wanted to cross to the opposite cliff to pluck the 9 wondrous divine medicines. At this time, an unforeseen event occurred. A fallen winged race's Tao-severing king picked up a crucial cornerstone, and laughed coldly. He flapped his wings and flew to the opposite cliff. You can't leave with the human race's holy physique. Just die on the 5-colored altar. He laughed coldly. This couldn't be said to be not vicious. If the 5-colored altar couldn't be activated, it would be equivalent to being in a dangerous place. It was too far from the cliff, and without cultivation and magic power, it was impossible to leap onto the holy mountain. Yi Fan would be trapped there to death. Wonderful. It turns out that killing the human race's holy physique is so simple. He only needs to move a single stone and he will die without a burial. Some ancient race beings were enlightened. Ji Ziyue, monkey, and the others were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too vicious. Taking away a piece of stone had turned the entire altar into a lone island, forcing Yi Fan to be unable to advance or retreat. He was going to be trapped to death. Too vicious. The large black dog was furious, but he couldn't help. It was useless even if he rushed in. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue's willowy eyebrows furrowed as she glared at those ancient race beings with her large intelligent eyes. Damn it. Even Qi Luo was filled with killing intent, yet he couldn't help. Some of the ancient race beings laughed loudly. This result had exceeded their expectations. Although the human race's holy physique was about to leave, it wasn't safe in the end. Perhaps only a dead person would pose the least threat. The one who will kill you is Lu Donglai. The fallen winged race's Tao-severing king who had first moved away a cornerstone laughed coldly, his expression filled with mockery. His younger brother, Lu Dongfa, had died at the hands of Yi Fan. Now he was naturally seeking revenge. He had caught Yi Fan off guard, and he had come up with this plan to kill Yi Fan. At this moment, another group of beings with wings began to move. They belonged to different races, and they wanted to destroy the 5-colored sacrificial altar, so that the human race's holy physique wouldn't have a chance. Several dozen to over 100 figures swooped down, completely disregarding the fact that they didn't have much time left. They wanted to overturn the sacrificial altar. Some laughed sinisterly, some sneered coldly, and their expressions were filled with satisfaction. Some of them were incredibly vicious. Who do you think I am? Even in this life-forbidden zone, I'm not someone you can humiliate. Even if you're a half-saint, you'll still have to die if you bully me. Yi Fan said coldly. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like cold lightning. He let out a loud roar, and the 9 holy mountains all rumbled, sending over a dozen people crashing into an ancient abyss. All the ancient race beings were so shocked that their expressions changed. In this place, although Yi Fan didn't have any cultivation or magic power, he still had his innately powerful physical body. With a wave of his hand, over 100 sources of speed shot out, and they streaked across the sky like comets. Pooh! Pooh! Miserable cries sounded at almost the same time. All of the people who threw themselves at the 5-colored altar were struck. How great was the power of the divine body! They were directly penetrated by the source stones, and blood poured out as they fell into the abyss. They were all killed in a single strike. At the same time, Yi Fan leapt high into the air. He actually crossed the abyss and landed on top of the holy mountain. Everyone was stupefied. Just how powerful was his physical body? In a situation where he lost his magical power and cultivation, he actually jumped this far with just his physical strength alone. This simply exceeded everyone's understanding. Was this the limit of the physical body? Everyone was stunned. Pung. Yi Fan relied on the power of his physical body to leap over the abyss and arrive at the other side. He kicked downwards from the air, stepping on Lu Donglai's body, and then he landed on top of the holy mountain. Pooh! The power of this kick was extremely great. Lu Donglai's bones were broken and his muscles snapped on the spot. His chest was blasted open, and his limbs were broken. Blood splashed onto the ground. There's no need to tell me your name, because I don't need to know. Yi Fan stepped on his body. His words were extremely cold as he looked down at him. Are you still human? Lu Donglai had already severed his Tao, and he was the most stunning genius of the fallen feather race. He was the future hope of contending for supremacy with the emperor race. Unexpectedly, he died here. His words were extremely clear, full of shock and unwillingness. A wingless human, in a situation where he couldn't use cultivation, actually leapt up, as if he was flying, crossing over. This almost exceeded the limits of the human body. I guarantee it, I'm a human. Lu Donglai carried unwillingness and shock as he died an unnatural death. On the central continent's side, everyone was horrified. The human race's divine body was too powerful. This kind of physique was truly unrivaled. He could even leap through the ancient abyss. He was definitely a great enemy of the ancient emperor's son. Fortunately, he is about to leave. Otherwise, there might be an ancient prince who fell in the future. The ancient race's older generation expert sighed. Yi Fan didn't hurry on his way and directly arrived at the divine spring. He first drank to his heart's content, and then he took out several jade bottles to quickly collect the water. Even though the use of spatial magical artifacts here was minimal, they could still store several dozen to over 100 jin. Following that, he broke off a few branches and leaves from the 9 wondrous divine medicine, and took a bit of its roots. Only then did he grab the cornerstone and leap high into the air like a golden-winged pung, landing on the altar. On the central continent's side, many people's eyes became red. That was the divine spring and the branches and leaves of the undying divine medicine. They were all priceless divine objects. At the same time, everyone became even more apprehensive. He could even leap while carrying the cornerstone. Yi Fan's constitution was too shocking. After landing on the rainbow altar, Yi Fan's pupils contracted. This was because a few people walked over from the Golden Gate and descended from the sky. There wasn't just one figure, but he only stared at one of them and ignored the others. It was a white-clothed female who stood in front of him and surged with killing intent. It was precisely Li Xiaoman. Chapter 924. Li Xiaoman had arrived. She appeared at the most crucial moment when they were about to leave. The coldness and killing intent in her eyes were undisguised. She walked over step by step, holding a cracked Buddha statue in her hand. Buddha's light protected her body. Li Xiaoman! Yi Fan shouted loudly. His entire body was exuberant. Even though it couldn't surge out, it was still at its peak. In this life-restricted zone, it could be said to be a miracle. Chang! Divine radiance suddenly appeared between Li Xiaoman's fingers. This was the embodiment of her cultivation. This was an incomparably terrifying matter. In this ancient, desolate, forbidden zone, even the Tao-severing kings were turned into mortals. Yet her cultivation was preserved. Li Xiaoman's killing intent was terrifying. She shot over like lightning, her snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. She was like a streak of white light, extremely fast and ruthless. Her palm and fingers cut towards Yi Fan's neck to remove his head. Dang! Yi Fan had no magical power and lost his cultivation, so he could only rely on his physical body to resist. When he collided with that lustrous light, a sky-shaking sound rang out. What? How is this possible? Why hasn't she been turned into a mortal? On the central plain's side, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at everything in disbelief. In this life-restricted zone, even ancient saints could only nurse a grievance. In recent years, several groups of ancient kings had entered to pluck the 9 wondrous divine medicine, but they all failed. No matter how powerful Li Xiaoman was, she couldn't compare to saints. How could she be unharmed, and even use her cultivation? Could it be that she was on par with the divine silkworm princess and the victorious fighting Buddha? It's the Buddha statue in her hand that protected her and strengthened her cultivation and magical power. The Black Emperor stared fixedly at the white-clothed woman on the 5-colored altar. That's an exceptional forbidden artifact refined by the Quasi-Emperor. Duanda had seen countless grave treasures, but he was still shocked. That was definitely a supreme treasure. In Li Xiaoman's left hand was a small Buddha statue made of bronze. It was only the height of a fist, and its face carried a sorrowful expression. It was vivid and lifelike, but it looked very old, as if it was about to rust. Sakyamuni. The people of Western Desert Buddhism also came. A divine monk's eyes released lightning radiance as he recognized that Buddha statue. He sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the demonic shell in their eyes. This is the Quasi-Emperor's forbidden weapon. It temporarily stopped Huang's power, releasing a mysterious aura. Moreover, Buddhist light was added to Li Xiaoman's body, preserving her cultivation, making her flesh sturdy and imperishable. Fortunately, that Buddha statue is covered in cracks and is almost rotten. Otherwise, Yi Fan would be in danger. Qi Luo said. Even so, the Buddha statue in Li Xiaoman's hand was still terrifying. It slowly rose into the air and hung above her head. It was simple and natural, supporting her physical body and cultivation. Clang! She could contend against Yi Fan's flesh, releasing waves of metallic sounds. After receiving the support of Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact, her entire body possessed a trace of immortal characteristics, comparable to a reincarnated ancient emperor's bloodline. This was a dangerous confrontation. The movements of the two people were like floating clouds and flowing water, full of beauty, but each step was filled with killing intent. All kinds of killing moves were untraceable. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. How powerful was his physical body? Yet here, Li Xiaoman could actually face him head-on. This exceeded common sense. The two didn't say anything, immediately engaging in a life-and-death battle. The only fortunate thing was that the bronze Buddha statue was about to collapse. The cracks were like spider webs, increasing as time passed. After being corroded by Huang's power, it was clear that it wouldn't last long. It was because the forbidden artifact could only be used a few times, let alone in this kind of place. Even though there were strange mysteries, it would inevitably be destroyed after a long time. At the same time, Ji Ziyue Dongfang Yi and the others all thought of the events from 12 years ago. At that time, Li Xiaoman produced a 10,000 zhang long golden alligator, chasing after the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. She was definitely borrowing the power of this Buddhist forbidden artifact. Li Xiaoman's white hand moved like a dragon. A streak of rainbow flew out from her palm and turned into an immortal blade, hacking at the top of Yi Fan's head in a ruthless manner. Pa! Yi Fan took a step to the right and formed a sword art. His palm and fingers slashed out, hacking at the rainbow radiance. Immediately, divine radiance shot out in all directions, producing strands of dazzling light and disintegrating this attack. Plus, his upper body didn't move. His right leg swung up and lashed out like a whip. Even though he didn't have any cultivation or spiritual power, the sheer force of his physical body twisted the space around him. The power of this strike could be seen. Any sect master level figure, or even a Dao severing king, would have their bones turned into mud and turned into minced meat. They would undoubtedly die without a doubt, without any suspense. This was because this was the attack of the human race's sacred physique. Even if it was just pure physical power, it could still kill peerless experts. This was one of the fundamental reasons why this type of physique could move unhindered through the world. Li Xiaoman was like a soft willow. The lower half of her body didn't move, and the upper half leaned back as if she didn't have bones. She avoided this fierce attack. Vital energy surged, releasing a terrifying rumbling sound. Yi Fan's leg was even more terrifying than the immortal severing whip. It passed right above Li Xiaoman's head, shattering the void. Moreover, this type of astral wind made a streak of blood appear on her spotlessly white forehead. A strand of fine black hair even fell down. It was extremely dangerous. If she didn't avoid it, her beautiful head would have definitely been kicked until tens of thousands of peach blossoms bloomed. Wang. The void trembled. Evil winds assaulted his face, attacking towards Yi Fan. There was someone else who took action. Even though he couldn't use magical power or cultivation, his fist power was unmatched. This was a Dao severing king. His entire body was sparkling white and transparent like a person made of crystal. Exceptional power flowed within his body, and his power was great and ferocious. It was far more tyrannical than a normal Tao-severing king's body, blasting the void until it collapsed. What? This is a stone king. Its body shell is the most powerful and almost indestructible. Everyone on Central Continent's side cried out in alarm. This was a great demon, and it was clear that he came together with Li Xiaoman. They took action together to kill Yi Fan. This is a rarely seen Vajra demon. Once it severs the Tao, its body is almost unparalleled under the heavens. The so-called Vajra demon wasn't a 9-aperture divine spirit nurtured by heaven and earth. Even though it was also a stone person, its essence was different. It was a sturdy diamond that had achieved Tao and turned into a human. Peng. He brandished his almost transparent fist, reflecting the 7-colored divine light of the sun. He forcefully exchanged a blow with Yi Fan, but his body didn't shatter. One could imagine how sturdy and powerful it was. Such a large piece of diamond. How many diamonds can it carve out? This kind of thing has achieved Tao and become a demon. No wonder it has an immortal divine body. Yi Fan said to himself. Even his palm and fingers were aching. At this moment, the old king of the Fallen Wings race also stepped through the Golden Gate and appeared on the Rainbow Altar. Together with the exceptional experts of the other races, there were 7 or 8 people who surrounded Yi Fan and Yi Fan. They all had spiritual medicines in their mouths, and almost all of them had severed the Tao. This was a contest of pure power. Almost everyone was holding a rare treasure that was almost comparable to a damaged divine weapon. They couldn't use their magic power or cultivation, so the sharpness of their weapons was the only thing they could rely on to kill Yi Fan. This was because apart from Li Xiaoman, who possessed the Quasi-Emperor's forbidden weapon, and the Vajra demon, who was naturally unbreakable, the bodies of the others couldn't compete with the human race's divine body. They would die without a doubt if they were hit. Peng. At this moment, Yi Fan displayed his terrifying side. His body was unbreakable, and his blood and qi were like the sea. He was invincible, and he was like a bolt of lightning as he charged forward. He was still invincible under the siege of everyone. His golden right fist smashed a Tao Severer into meat paste. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered in all directions. Then, Yi Fan leaped up like an arrow piercing through the clouds. It was as if he could fly. He went against the sky and grabbed an ancient race member with divine wings. He tore him apart in the sky, and a large amount of blood rained down. This is a Tao Severer king, and he died just like that. On the Central Plains side, everyone's hearts were pounding. In the life-forbidden zone, Yi Fan was almost invincible. His pure physical body was simply a human-shaped weapon. He could kill gods and Buddhas in his way. When Yi Fan descended, he was as fast as lightning. He swooped down head first, and a pair of golden fists smashed towards Li Xiaoman. They shattered the vacuum, and it was as if they were carrying a part of the sky as they smashed down. Peng. Li Xiaoman brought out the Quasi-Emperor's forbidden weapon. That bronze Buddha statue flew up and faced Yi Fan. Radiance pervaded the air. Even though its body was cracked, it still made people feel intimidated. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a strand of innate essence energy. He couldn't use his cultivation, but the drawn-out energy was still present. His body immediately flew backwards and rushed to the other side. Wang. His body turned in the air, and his right leg swept out heavily. The pressure caused the void to rumble and shake violently. Then there was a pong. His right leg was like steel, and it smashed the head of a Blood Lightning King's Tao Severer into pieces. Blood and brain matter gushed out, and the aged corpse fell into the endless abyss. His body hadn't even landed on the ground when he leaped to the other side with the force of that kick. He stretched out his right arm and pushed out horizontally. Cautious sounds of bones cracking rang out. He leaped to the side of the Fallen Wing race's Tao Severer King, and shattered all of his sternum. His body split into pieces and fell into the abyss. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, fast to the extreme. Yi Fan killed 3 kings in the sky, shocking everyone until they were petrified, feeling a wave of fear. Bang! Pa! This was a terrifying battle. Yi Fan became more and more courageous as he fought. Even though his enemies were almost at the Tao Severing realm and had powerful vitality, they were useless in this place. They were still aging. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Yi Fan's fist pierced through another Dao-severing king's chest, causing it to split apart. Blood gushed out like a small river. The next moment was even more miserable. Yi Fan grabbed another Dao-severing king with extreme speed. He stepped on one of his legs and grabbed the other, and then he smashed him onto the five-colored altar. When they saw this scene, none of the ancient races dared to send anyone else to take action. Who could match up to such ferocity? Above the ancient abyss, the divine physique was invincible. He was as lively as a dragon or a tiger. Dang. Yi Fan fought against Li Xiaoman, who had cultivation, while he fought against the Vajra great monster. The two of them collided, and from time to time, a string of dazzling sparks would fly out like shooting stars. Kill! Yi Fan shouted. His entire being's aura was like a mountain. Even though he couldn't use his cultivation or magical force, he still used the battle saint technique. His golden palms and fingers were unstoppable. He attacked in a tyrannical manner, sending out a total of 108 palms to clash head-on with the Vajra great monster. His innate flesh and saint force were heaven-defying. Even the skies could be shattered. Hong! A loud sound rang out. The Vajra great monster's body was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then with a walla sound he collapsed. He was blasted to death by Yi Fan. What? The Vajra great monster is rarely seen in 1,000 generations, one of the most terrifying monsters in this world. His flesh is extremely powerful and unparalleled under the heavens. Yet he was blasted apart by the human race's divine physique. On the central continent's side, many people were stupefied. What happened just now could be considered the most powerful collision. Yet the victor was revealed so quickly. In terms of the flesh, who could contend against the human race's divine physique? Li Xiaoman, what other helpers do you have? What other tricks do you have? Show them all. On the five-colored altar, Yi Fan walked forward step by step as he stared at the lady in white. Who is good and who is evil? Even now you still can't tell. Li Xiaoman sighed. What are you talking about? Yi Fan asked. What about Pangbo? He is the evil one. Li Xiaoman's voice was magnetic. Yi Fan sneered. Pangbo's departure was indeed a little strange, but if he was evil, then it was obvious that he was slandering him. Because Pangbo had gone through life and death with him, there were plenty of opportunities if he wanted to harm him. Most importantly, Yi Fan believed in his own instincts. You are no longer the Li Xiaoman of the past. Yi Fan pressed forward and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Even without cultivation or magical force, his fists were still domineering. All of a sudden, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist resonated with something in the depths of the ancient desolate abyss, drawing out strands of immortal patterns. At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. He thought of something. According to the legends, the reincarnation fist was recorded on the path to immortality, but the crazy old man brought it out from the ancient desolate abyss. Could it be? Chapter 925. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This was an extraordinary fist technique recorded on the path of immortality. It was profound and mysterious, possessing the wondrous power of heaven and earth. It was a world-shocking secret technique that not many people had successfully cultivated since ancient times. Yi Fan displayed this technique. In this ancient forbidden land where he had lost his cultivation and couldn't use magical force, his golden fists actually released strands of immortal light. My words are the law, my body is the Tao. At this moment, Yi Fan had a type of enlightenment. His heart became clear and his hands moved uncontrollably, resonating with the abyss. Hong! His fist smashed outwards, splitting the heavens and earth. His pure physical strength could make severing Tao kings bow their heads, rendering their magical force and cultivation useless. It had world-shaking, God-suppressing might. Pa! Li Xiaoman had the protection of the bronze Buddha statue, but she was still injured. When she faced the attack this time, a strand of blood flowed out from her mouth. She staggered backwards, her chest rising and falling violently. You say Pangbo is evil, but I think you are the big crocodile. Yi Fan shouted. He stood on the 5-colored altar without magical force or cultivation, but he was like a war god, majestic and awe-inspiring. It's fine if you don't believe me. Either way, I already told you. Li Xiaoman wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, One tried to kill me multiple times, the other went through life and death with me, through thick and thin. Tell me, how am I supposed to believe you? You want to drive a wedge between me and Pangbo? Your methods are a bit lacking. Hong. Li Xiaoman took action. Like a flying immortal, a rain of light flew out from her body. Her entire being became hazy with immortal energy. She flew through the air, her slender hands controlling dragons, tearing apart heaven and earth. She wanted to tear open the crown of Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan resisted. His golden fists killed upon contact, able to turn all tangible objects into powder. He struck until the heavenly Tao cried out. Without cultivation, he could still collapse the heavens. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. It sounded like a god-emperor hammering iron. And it also sounded like the refinement of weapons in the celestial world. Yi Fan and Li Xiaoman fought fiercely, clashing with the bronze Buddha statue. Sparks flew everywhere. If you believe Pangbo, then let me ask you. Back then, when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and set sail on Mount Tai, how did he appear? Li Xiaoman shouted. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were filled with colorful light. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When they went to Mount Tai, Pangbo wasn't there. They only discovered him after they fell into the coffin for a while. At that time, many people were shocked, but Pangbo explained at that time, so no one suspected anything. He is an extra person. What exactly is he? Think about it yourself. Li Xiaoman said. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. There were indeed some suspicious points in the past, but he knew Pangbo very well when he talked about the past. There were no flaws at all, so it couldn't be fake. The moment he was distracted, Li Xiaoman took the opportunity to summon the bronze Buddha statue. If it wasn't for the cracks all over its body, it could have directly suppressed a king-level expert to death. He quickly collected his thoughts. This wasn't the time to think too much. The enemy in front of him wasn't ordinary, and might be related to that crocodile. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would most likely suffer a great loss. You are no longer Li Xiaoman. With your methods, there is no need to sow discord. If you want to deal with me, then bring out your true abilities. After careful consideration, Yi Fan believed that Pangbo couldn't be a great evil. The other party should be deliberately messing with his mind. You can't leave today. Today it's time to deal with you. Li Xiaoman's eyes were blazing with golden light, as if there were 2 gods sitting cross-legged. Her cultivation was becoming more and more profound. The Shakyamuni Buddha statue shone with splendor, cutting the void. You keep saying you're slandering Pangbo, but do you know what you've done? Today I will suppress you. Yi Fan shouted. His attacks became even more tyrannical, almost shattering the 9 heavens. His murderous intent was revealed. Yi Fan, you have no chance. Your end is here. Li Xiaoman's eyes were also incomparably cold, like 2 icy pools. The 2 fought fiercely. In this place, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was very special. From time to time he would draw out immortal patterns, causing the abyss to rumble endlessly. Could it be that the path of immortality wasn't a realm, but a true ancient path beneath the primordial desolate abyss? This guess caused Yi Fan to shiver. If his guess was correct, then the path beneath the forbidden ancient desolate area was indeed extraordinary. From this, he could also deduce the secret behind why the Merak lineage had mobilized the entire sect to attack this place. At this moment, he couldn't be distracted. Yi Fan quickly collected his thoughts and threw himself into the battle. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed the heaven and earth. Boom! Yi Fan's divine bravery was unrivaled. Even the 9 sacred mountains trembled when he punched out. One could imagine how terrifying his pure physical strength was. Li Xiaoman took a step back, not daring to face the golden fists head-on. She used her slender jade-like hands to strike his wrists, cutting off his meridians, and wanting to break his bones. Her attacks were crafty and ruthless. Above her head, the bronze Buddha statue emitted 9 waterfall-like rays of Buddhist light. It represented a type of perfection, and it blessed her body with a strange power. Yi Fan's golden fists were dazzling and could be said to be matchless. He lightly shook and retracted his fists. They smashed down like 2 thunder hammers towards Li Xiaoman's finger bones. An ear-splitting sound rang out as Li Xiaoman rapidly retreated. Her snow-white jade-like hands were spasming, and blood flowed out from the gaps between her fingers. She couldn't break Yifan's bones, but instead injured herself. A grand Buddhist chant resounded. The small bronze Buddha above her head glowed, and turned into a weapon that smashed towards Yifan's forehead. It was as if the quasi-emperor Sakyamuni had descended. Even though the bronze statue had decayed, it was refined by the quasi-emperor after all. The majestic energy fluctuations were strangely strong, and it shook Yifan so much that he flipped over and fell off the five-colored altar. No! Many people on the Central Plains side cried out in alarm. Jizue, Black Emperor. And the others were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This result was too cruel. Don't worry, he almost fell off. He grabbed the edge of the five-colored altar, Chi Luo said in a deep voice. As expected, he grabbed the edge of the altar with one hand and pulled forcefully. His whole body soared into the sky and landed on the altar, facing Li Xiaoman once again. Kacha! The fist-sized bronze Buddha was a forbidden weapon. It could only be used for a limited number of times. Hence, it was able to unleash such a world-shaking attack. Especially in this forbidden ground. It was instantly damaged a little. The cracks on its body deepened, and it was on the verge of shattering. Yifan didn't say anything. He leaped onto the altar and started his massacre. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was executed by him to the extreme. Dense immortal runes appeared before him, and his entire body seemed to have been embedded with a divine halo. Divine courage, unrivaled. Yifan immediately unleashed 6 punches, causing Li Xiaoman to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. Her snow-white robes were dyed red, and she was almost flung away. One could clearly hear the sound of her bones breaking. Arg! Li Xiaoman let out a long howl. The center of her brows shone brightly as a golden figure walked out and rapidly enlarged. This was a golden divine crocodile. Ancestor Crocodile's divine embryo is indeed hiding in your immortal platform. Yifan's eyes turned cold in an instant. At this point, let's see who can save you. The golden divine embryo merged with Li Xiaoman's body, and her entire body emitted immortal splendor. Divine embryo. That was a ray of primordial spirit light that could grow into a brand new self. It was forged from a supreme technique that had been lost for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, you are merely a newly formed demon embryo. You are far from fully maturing. Today, I will take you in. Yifan wasn't afraid, but he felt bitter in his heart. He long had a premonition that something unexpected might have happened to Li Xiaoman, and it seemed like it was true today. Arg! Both of them roared loudly as they fought an intense battle. Fists and legs collided. Palms and legs hacked out, causing astral winds to howl and deafening clangs. This was a battle of life and death. At this moment, there were many ancient race experts with divine wings who descended on the altar. After that, they flew towards the sacred mountain on the other side. They didn't dare to participate in this great battle, and only wanted to pluck the 9-wonder divine medicine. However, they were still swept in and smashed into pieces by the 2 of them. Li Xiaoman, are you still there or not? Yifan shouted. Naturally, sometimes she is me, sometimes I am her, both existing side by side. She borrowed my power, allowing me to observe another world within her heart. This type of wisdom is comparable to comprehending the Tao for 1,000 years. Crocodile ancestor Li Xiaoman. Yifan roared. It was hard for him to describe what he was feeling inside. There was only a single battle before him. He vowed that he was going to kill that golden divine crocodile. I've already investigated clearly. There is an immortal ascension path below the abyss. Why don't I beat you down and help you achieve immortality? Li Xiaoman released a light shout, the corners of her lips carrying a ruthless sneer. Hong! She activated that bronze statue. This was without a doubt something she brought from ancient Mars. It was originally a divine object that suppressed the 18 layers of hell for the Shakyamuni Buddha. Yet now, it instead became her weapon. The bronze Buddha statue seemed to have gained a life of its own. It possessed a supreme divine might that could suppress the 18 levels of hell. Yifan immediately flipped over and hid under the 5-colored altar. He grabbed the bottom of the altar and flipped over from another direction. Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact. Once it truly displayed its might, no one would be able to face it head-on. Even if one was suppressed by Huang's power here, it was still impossible to face it head-on. Suddenly, Li Xiaoman staggered, the bronze statue in her hands almost falling onto the ground. The Buddhist light was fading, and cracks appeared on its surface. It was about to self-destruct. Yi Fan seized this rare opportunity and rushed over. His essence energy merged as if he had entered a state of Tao comprehension. He evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and the entire world's great Tao rumbled like a tsunami. Pooh! Li Xiaoman coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Many of the bones in her body were broken as she flew backwards, almost falling off the 5-colored altar. In the end, she stopped and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. This was the life essence of the crocodile ancestral divine embryo. It prevented the bronze statue from being destroyed, allowing it to be preserved. The great Tao resonated. Golden arhats, bodhisattvas shrouded in divine light, and ancient Buddhas surrounded Li Xiaoman one after another. All of them were flickering with light from the bronze statue. She was going to carry out the final attack. And this time, the Sakyamuni's forbidden artifact would also reach the end of its life. There was no way it could exist forever in this world. The Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact was still a divine artifact even if it was broken into dregs, let alone the fact that it hadn't been destroyed yet. The crocodile ancestral divine embryo was activated, not hesitating to destroy it. One could well imagine its power. Yi Fan didn't know what to do, but he was fearless. He brandished his golden fist, preparing to avoid the bronze statue's radiance, and look for an opportunity to slaughter his way forward. Hong! The Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact displayed its might, engulfing heaven and earth. It began to shatter and burn, terrifying to the extreme. The 3,000 golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas chanted sutras together, suppressing forward. This type of power was almost unstoppable. No! On Central Continent's side, the monkey Black Emperor, and the others cried out. Even Qi Luo's expression changed. This was a fatal blow. Hongwang. Suddenly, something strange happened. Li Xiaoman's hands suddenly trembled. The bronze statue fell into the ancient desolate abyss, its heaven overflowing might disappearing. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. Yi Fan couldn't retract his fist and tried his best to change direction. He didn't strike her chest, but her right arm was smashed into a bloody mist, splashing his entire body with blood. Li Xiaoman. He was puzzled. It's really good to be immortal. Unfortunately, time can't be reversed. We can never return to the past. Li Xiaoman's eyes were misty as she stood there in a daze. Li Xiaoman, what happened to you? Is this the real you? Yi Fan asked. What do you think? Li Xiaoman smiled. 2 lines of sparkling tears hung on her face, and the fresh blood from her severed arm flowed unendingly. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's the crocodile ancestral divine embryo. Yi Fan looked at her in a daze. Think whatever you want. Li Xiaoman was smiling and crying at the same time. Her eyes flickered with golden light, and her killing intent appeared and disappeared at times. A terrifying killing intent appeared. Li Xiaoman's entire body was blazing with golden light. Yi Fan raised his fist and prepared for battle. However, at this moment, Li Xiaoman made an unexpected move. She jumped into the ancient desolate abyss. When she turned her head back, Yi Fan's figure was reflected in her eyes. There was a brilliant smile on her face, but there was also a hint of grief. Tears flowed down like fireworks, and she left behind an eternal light before disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 926. Yi Fan's heart ached, and he couldn't help but cry out. He rushed to the edge of the 5-colored altar, but all he saw was his black hair turning white and falling off. That person had already fallen into the depths of the darkness. He stood there in a daze. What was good? What was evil? What was truth? What was lies? He was petrified, not moving at all. There was no joy of killing a great enemy. There was only an indescribable emptiness and desolation. He sat powerlessly at the edge of the 5-colored altar, and looked down in a daze. If Pangbo was evil, how cruel would this be? What else could he believe? If Li Xiaoman coexisted with a crocodile, how miserable would that be? How did he spend all these years? Yi Fan felt an unprecedented weariness. He wanted to fall into a deep sleep, and he even wanted to jump into the abyss. some of the most important people in his life. He didn't seem to understand them anymore. It was an indescribable sorrow. Chaos. His mind was in chaos. What was right and what was wrong? Even the people around him would undergo such a heaven-shaking transformation. What else could he not change? He was exhausted. He felt an unprecedented weakness and sorrow. He sat at the edge of the five-colored altar and looked down at the dark abyss. His heart was numb. This made him more tired than thousands of life and death battles. He wanted to roar, he wanted to cry, he wanted to overturn the world, but he was powerless. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. He sat quietly in the dark abyss. Famine's power invaded him. His temples turned white, but he didn't want to move. There was no spirit in his eyes. On the central continent's side, Jizue couldn't help but want to rush over. However, her brother grabbed her arm, not letting her leave. Ji Haoyue was heroic and imposing. He said in a deep voice, "If it was not long ago, I wouldn't have objected to you going with him. But now he has to walk his own path. Yi Fan is so pitiful." Jizue's eyes were red and swollen as she softly said. Monkey, Duanda and the others didn't know what to say. They could only hope that Yi Fan would think things through and pull himself together. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. No one could help him. From the various ancient tribes, many winged races were still moving about. They landed on the five-colored altar, but not a single one dared to disturb the demonic godlike figure in front of them. They feared that they would provoke a great calamity. All of them rapidly flapped their wings and flew towards the opposite shore. Yi Fan's hair was grizzled, and he was a bit dispirited. He sat there, his entire body powerless. He listened to the sound of wings flapping and looked into the abyss. He wanted to sit there forever. There were a few ancient races that ascended to the other shore, arriving at the sacred mountain to fight over the 9 wondrous divine medicine and collect the divine spring. An intense great battle erupted. Many people aged and died in battle, miserable cries rising and falling. Yi Fan was indifferent to all of this. He was lost in thought and sat there stupefied. Nothing in the outside world seemed to be able to cause any ripples in his heart. Bang! On the five-colored altar, a man with long blue hair appeared. He was like a divine mountain as he stood there. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps that could see through the souls of others. His physique was tall and slender, masculine and powerful. His flesh shell overflowed with immortal splendor, and his horns were extraordinary. It was as if he transcended above all living things. He possessed the bearing of an emperor, as if he was an undying archaic deity. The fire Qilin arrived. The ancient emperor blood within his body rumbled like a tsunami, creating a deafening rumble. This was a type of incomparably powerful potential. It was as if a great emperor was hibernating within his body, ready to revive at any time. On the central continent's side, everyone was shocked. This was another person after Yi Fan who didn't have divine wings, yet dared to step onto the five-colored altar. Moreover, he was so calm and composed. Wang. The void rumbled. The fire Qilin leapt high into the air. He was like a blue immortal flame that illuminated the world. It was as if he could fly. He crossed the sky and landed on the other shore, standing on the sacred mountain. He actually leapt up and crossed over. What a powerful body! It is just as terrifying as the human race's holy body. Worthy of being the son of an ancient emperor. His pure physical strength is so powerful, exceeding the limits of his constitution. He leapt over the ancient desolate abyss. Everyone was stupefied and felt that this was inconceivable. A single Yi Fan was one thing, but there was also a fire Qilin, relying on his flesh to leap through the air. Just how powerful was his physique? The ancient emperor's bloodline left everyone in awe. After carefully thinking about it, the Yuan emperor's 8th-generation grandson, Yuan Gu, truly couldn't compare to the ancient emperor's son. This was the archaic emperor's bloodline. As long as one grew up like this, they would all become terrifying existences half a step into the Tao corroborating realm. The fire Qilin stepped on the sacred mountain. His eyes flickered with deep blue light as he began a great massacre. He killed all of those who fought over the divine spring, and wanted to dig up the 9 wondrous divine medicine. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up everywhere. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Not even those at the severing Tao level were enough, unable to resist. In this place, powerful bloodlines and unmatched flesh were the most terrifying. They could crush all enemies. Everyone was horrified. This type of bloodline and foundation bone was truly powerful to the extreme. It was useless to send any experts over. Right now, only the sacred prince had a chance of contending against them. Of course, there was another person, and that was Yi Fan. However, he was currently sitting dejectedly on the altar. It was clear that he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this. He didn't even give them a glance. Yi Fan sighed and finally stood up. He could only walk his own path. He wanted to leave this place and never return. Many people were shocked, especially those from the Fire Qilin cave. Even Huolin revealed a worried expression, fearing that Yi Fan would take action against his older brother. In this ancient, desolate, forbidden land, the human race's holy body was absolutely terrifying. The human race and archaic clans all held their breaths. Yi Fan's every move drew the attention of tens of thousands of people. If he took action, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In reality, there are some things that I have long guessed, but I can't change anything. Yi Fan cried out loudly. His black hair danced about chaotically. He wanted to leave this world and never return. This was a land of sorrow. If there wasn't that gathering, if he didn't ascend Mount Tai, if there weren't 9 dragons pulling the coffin, he wouldn't have come here. All of this wouldn't have happened. His life would have been very peaceful and comfortable. What's gone can't come back. This was the first time Yi Fan felt so tired in his life. He stood up with great difficulty and staggered to the center of the altar. He took out the aqua blue star, and groups of ancient symbols appeared one after another, imprinting them onto the boulders one after another. I want to leave and never return. He wanted to escape. He wanted to travel far away. If he could return to the past, he would rather be an ordinary mortal. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, and the others called out from the central plains. The 5-colored altar emitted immortal light. These were ancient and mysterious symbols. They condensed together and formed an 8-trigram diagram. It was filled with a heavy metallic texture, as if it was forged from refined gold. Go home. Yi Fan only had this thought. He wanted to leave this world where it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. At this moment, he missed his parents very much. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue shouted. She finally couldn't take it anymore, and rushed towards the golden door, wanting to land on the 5-colored altar. Ji Haoyue moved and grabbed her wrist. You can't go. He's not in a good state. I don't feel at ease letting you travel with him. Ji Ziyue cried, but she couldn't break free at all. This was because there was a void mirror above Ji Haoyue's head. A trace of Emperor's might was suppressing her. Above the 5-colored altar, a Taiji diagram appeared in the center of the 8 trigrams diagram. 2 yin and yang fishes hugged each other like a tightly shut pair of metal doors. The Taiji 8 trigrams were related to space-time. At this moment, the space was distorted and the light was hazy. The corresponding 8 trigram symbols of Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Qin emitted dazzling light. It was like a set of mysterious and ancient password. It was completely based on the group of symbols within the aqua star. It was flickering to determine the coordinates and open the space-time gate. All kinds of symbols flickered in a specific order. In the end, there was a muffled vibration. The yin-yang gate slowly opened, and the aura of a star domain rushed out. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Everyone was stunned. Starlight flickered in that passage. It was clearly connected to the depths of the cosmos. They could see an ancient path under the starry sky. Everyone was filled with shock. Even though they were in the distant central plains and separated by a space-time gate, they could still sense a mysterious power. This was the path to heaven domain. Even the Fire Qilin was shocked. He looked at the altar and the starry sky ancient path in the abyss in a daze. Even he had the urge to leap forward. Hong. A boundless aura rushed up from the abyss and several figures flew up. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful and unfathomable. It's a desolate slave transformed from a matchless character. Everyone cried out in alarm. And at this time, Yi Fan turned around and gave that golden door one last look. He couldn't see his old friends from the central plains. This was a one-way transportation formation. so he could only silently bid farewell. He leaped up high and entered the starry sky ancient path. The desolate slaves surrounded the Taiji Bagua gate. At this moment, it was slowly closing and about to disappear from this world. They stared fixedly and didn't make any movements. Yifan. Jiziyue cried out loudly. Yifan. The Black Emperor, Monkey, Dongfeng Yi and the others also shouted loudly. They all clenched their fists tightly. This farewell might be an eternal one. They might not be able to meet again in this life. Yifan couldn't see through the one-way golden door, but he knew that there were people watching him from that direction. They were sending him off and silently waving goodbye to this world. Hong. The starry sky ancient path completely closed. The mysterious starry door on the five-colored altar disappeared, and the altar regained its calm. Big brother, run. Huolin, shouted from the central plains side. In the ancient desolate forbidden land, a few desolate slaves flew through the air towards the sacred mountain. The fire Qilin let out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't bring the nine-wonder divine medicine away, and couldn't pluck it at all. He took out his race's ancient imperial weapon, and turned into a beam of holy light as he rushed out of the forbidden land. The desolate slaves didn't chase after him. They could feel the aura of the ancient emperor. They silently stood on the sacred mountain, and looked into the distance, overlooking the mortal world. That woman among the desolate slaves is the heavenly jade holy lady from 6,000 years ago. She was the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate wasteland in the past. Her appearance doesn't age at all. Someone said in shock. They naturally couldn't see her in the past. They only knew about her after comparing her with the ancient portrait. That white-haired old man is the ancient sage Xiaofeng from 10,000 years ago. He had an audience with the fiend race great emperor several times. Azure Emperor. Who would have thought? He disappeared in his later years and was actually lost here. The person who said these words was an old imperial uncle of the great Xia. He was an ancient sage of their race. Even now, the great Xia still had a statue of him. The desolate slaves disappeared without a sound. However, an even more terrifying aura appeared, accompanied by the sound of iron chains. Shrouded in mist, a male or female figure appeared. He was chained up and stood on the five-colored altar. No one could see him clearly. Yifan. Jiziyue's soft arm was firmly grabbed by her brother. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was emitted. It actually reversed into the one-way transportation formation, and went from the eastern desolate forbidden land to the central plains through the golden door. Everyone was shaken. That unknown existence standing on the five-colored altar shattered the everlasting with its gaze. With a single glance, it passed through the golden door, and turned the distant ancient transportation formation in the central plains into powder. Everything was gone. The golden door had disappeared. This emperor still hasn't completely memorized this immortal formation. The Black Emperor couldn't help but cry out in pain. The only ancient formation that could enter the ancient desolate forbidden land was destroyed just like that. Many people felt great sorrow. Chapter 927. The cold cosmos was silent, and the darkness was boundless. Starlight would occasionally flicker on the desolate ancient path, but it would disappear in the blink of an eye. This was Yifan's journey. He left the Big Dipper star region, and traveled alone in the eternal silence. He didn't know what the road ahead of him would be like. At the last moment, Pang Bo and Li Xiaoman became strangers. It was as if they had never known each other before. Sometimes it was better not to know anything. Li Xiaoman's eyes reflected his figure as he fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Why did Pang Bo go so far away? Yifan silently took out the cauldron to protect himself. On this ancient and gloomy ancient path, no one knew what would happen. The starlight flickered as it passed through the spatial nodes. There were too many secrets in the desolate cosmos. Why did the predecessors open up this path? Where was the starting point and the ending point? No one could say. Goodbye, Big Dipper. Yifan let out a long sigh and began his long and lonely journey. Would he be able to return to Earth this time? He didn't know. If something unexpected happened again, he would forever be lost in the darkness of the cosmos. Humans were truly too insignificant. An individual was like a speck of dust compared to an ancient star, but an ancient star couldn't even compare to a speck of dust in the boundless cosmos. The star regions were too vast, and the distance between them was too great. Even the smallest star system had to be measured in tens of billions of kilometers, not to mention the vast star regions and the other shore in one's heart. In the boundless darkness and cold universe, human beings were insignificant. If they were to fly by themselves, it would be difficult for them to fly out of a small galaxy in their entire lives, not to mention crossing one boundless star field after another. Perhaps only the ancient emperors had been able to travel the cosmos alone since ancient times. Other than them, who else had such vast power? Even the ancient saints would most likely need the help of the five-colored altar to travel the ancient path. Otherwise, how could they cross so many ancient star regions? It was simply too far. Traveling alone, Yi Fan felt like everything was unreal. Everything he had experienced was like a dream. Now he was finally going home. He was on his way back. Everything that happened in the Beidou star region, especially the things that happened before they parted ways, made him unwilling to recall them. He wanted to forget them forever, but how could he? No matter what's strange about Pang Bo, I don't feel any malice from him. We've been through life and death together. Li Xiaoman, why is she so pitiful? Why did she end up like this? Yi Fan felt a stab of pain in his heart. Everything had already happened. Everything remained in the Big Dipper, becoming the past. There was only emptiness and desolation in his heart. Crocodile ancestor. In the end, Yi Fan couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Many things were related to this ancient demonic saint. So many years had passed. What kind of bloody storm would that ancient crocodile have caused after escaping from the great Thunderclap Temple? Where was it now? Bang! On the starry sky ancient path, a spatial node trembled, as if some ancient star was destroyed. A streak of brilliant light flickered, reaching this place. Yi Fan's thoughts were pulled back. He stared at the spatial node that flashed and disappeared. He saw a flash of dazzling fireworks. That was a meteor that collided with a dark blue star. Both of them headed towards destruction at the same time. What a vast fluctuation. If it collided with the Big Dipper, countless living beings would probably die. Perhaps only the ancient sages could survive. In the universe, humans are truly insignificant. In the billions of star regions and the boundless universe, no one could say for sure how many life source stars there were. Even the powerful and prosperous Yuhua God dynasty only managed to find 4. This was destined to be a boring journey. Traveling in the darkness with Dugu would only make one feel cold and miserable. Fortunately this time, they weren't drifting aimlessly like last time. Now on the starry sky ancient path, they crossed hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye, traversing through the universe. Suddenly, the starry sky ancient path trembled. Yi Fan couldn't stabilize himself. The cauldron floating above his head rumbled. Not good. Yi Fan thought of the Black Emperor's warning. If this end of the five-colored altar was destroyed, the consequences would be very bad. It would be difficult for them to appear on the original coordinate planet. At that time, they would choose the ancient star with the closest coordinates and an undamaged five-colored altar to descend. Now such a situation had most likely happened. The space-time passageway was distorted and it was very likely to collapse. The simple and unadorned cauldron enlarged, releasing strand after strand of source energy, protecting Yi Fan below, ensuring his safety. The space-time passageway was illusory and unstable. Space suddenly distorted, and a serious turbulence occurred. The starry sky ancient path seemed to be about to be broken, but also seemed to be about to explode. This was a very bad sign. There could be a great calamity that could easily lead to death. Crossing the universe was very dangerous even for sages, let alone others. Yi Fan's only reliance was that he firmly believed that the myriad energy cauldron was strong enough. Even if the starry sky ancient path shattered, it could protect him and keep him unharmed. Boom. Amidst the violent rumbling sounds, 18 spatial nodes were shattered in succession. Yi Fan had experienced an extremely dangerous process, but the starry sky ancient path had finally stabilized. Can I not return to Earth? Yi Fan had a very bad feeling in his heart. It was very obvious that he had deviated from the original route. The starry sky ancient path had reversed, and it was impossible for him to land on Earth. This caused a haze to rise in his heart. He had finally approached Earth, but the original five-colored altar was no longer there and could not descend. This made him clench his fists uncontrollably. Everything calmed down again. However, almost in an instant, a faint light appeared in front of him. Yifan knew that he was about to reach his destination. The starry sky ancient path had reached the end. Bang! A violent sound of impact could be heard. The myriad energy cauldron touched the ground, and then the world spun. Yifan landed on the ground and fell on a smooth five-colored altar. The moment he landed, Yifan heard the sounds of people shouting and beasts roaring. Murderous cries shook the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge battlefield in the distance. There were golden spears and armored horses, the light of swords, and the murderous aura filled the sky. What is this place? He was incomparably shocked. Nearby, ancient trees towered into the sky, and all kinds of ferocious birds and beasts roamed about. It was as if he had arrived in a wild land. The five-colored altar was located on a towering and majestic mountain. On that battlefield, there were huge banners fluttering in the wind, and there were as many experts as there were trees in a forest. Each of them could move mountains and fill up the sea. All of them had world-shocking divine abilities. Their mounts were running in the void, killing so much that the sun and moon lost their light. Magic treasures danced in the sky. Among them, many were kings of the Tao-severing realm, and it was very likely that there were even ancient saints overseeing them. Yifan looked at all of this in disbelief. Roar! 9 enormous azure dragons moved through the sky, pulling an ancient chariot into the battlefield. Ancient holy might surged violently like a great river. That is a human race's great sage, or even quasi-emperor, right? Yifan felt as if he was dreaming. All of this was too inconceivable. On this divine mountain, ancient trees towered into the sky. In the distance, the palace halls were grand, and the battlefield was vast. Even the legendary unmatched great sage participated in the war. Just how shocking was this? Suddenly, an enormous boulder not far from the five-colored altar shocked him. There were 2 ancient characters carved on it, written in the Bell Cauldron language, Mars. What? This is ancient Mars star? What era am I in? Yifan was horrified. Mars was the future Mars, a place without life. Not even a blade of grass grew. However, what did he see today? It was full of vitality. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were endless beasts. The entire great earth was verdant. Something's not right. Yifan bit his tongue to calm himself down. Along the way, his mind was in a mess. He kept recalling everything that happened when they parted, and he couldn't even concentrate. At this time, he quickly activated his Heaven's Eye of Origin to see through the fabrications. The deafening battle cries disappeared, and so did the shocking killing intent. The land full of vitality had turned into scarlet earth, and even the divine mountain beneath his feet was leveled with the ground. An ice-cold feeling passed through his feet, and into his body from the five-colored altar. It was this ancient altar that reflected the events of the past into his mind. This is ancient Mars star. Yifan rushed out of the five-colored altar, and quickly ran to a nearby boulder. After turning around, he saw the Bell Cauldron language engraved on the other side, Mars. That's right, it was this ancient star. Back then, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen here, and he had seen this boulder 20 years ago. The Great Thunderclap Temple was here, and there was a divine crocodile. Yifan had already expected that if he couldn't land on Earth, he would most likely fall into ancient Mars star because of the flawless five-colored altar. Was what I saw just now real? In the past, this place was full of vitality, and there were many powerful creatures. Just what era was it destroyed in? Yifan was bewildered. He turned around and looked at the five-colored altar. Countless years ago, it was located on a majestic divine mountain. But now everything had changed, and this place had become a dead star. He remembered the reports he had read before he left Earth. There used to be floods on Mars, and there were some small rivers on the ground. There might even have been lakes and oceans. So it's true, he muttered to himself. This was an ancient life source star, but for some reason, all of the civilizations had disappeared. All of the living beings had gone extinct. Earth is very close to this place. Are the civilization and life on Earth related to this place? Temperature, air, and many other external factors were not a problem for the current Yi Fan. In the past, he could float alone in the universe for many years, so naturally, he would be fine here. Back then, there used to be a light screen with a radius of several miles protecting this place. But now, it had completely disappeared, and the last pure land had become a dead land. After the shock, Yi Fan quickly became angry. He thought of the divine crocodile, and wanted nothing more than to tear the crocodile ancestor into pieces. Many things had happened because of him. Many students were buried here, and Li Xiaoman was also miserable. This was a land of hatred and sorrow. If I become a saint, I will definitely kill you. Yi Fan didn't know where the crocodile ancestor was. Perhaps it had left long ago, or perhaps it was staring at him not far away. Since he had returned here, there was nothing to be afraid of. The power of a demonic saint was unfathomable. If it was still on this ancient star, it would have already discovered him, and running would be useless. Yi Fan calmed his mind and then strode forward. He wanted to go to the ruins of the Tempest Temple to see what had happened there. It was night time, and there were only specks of starlight. Everything was very dark. 20 years had passed, and the light screen that shrouded several miles above had disappeared. Sand and dust had submerged the ruins of the Celestial Palace. Yi Fan walked forward and silently recited the salvation scripture, hoping that the students who had died here would be reborn. Although he didn't believe in reincarnation, this was the only thing he could do. The true demonic land. There are 18 levels of hell under the Tempest Temple. Have all the ancient giants escaped? As he neared, Yi Fan finally arrived at this place. The ruins of the Tempest Temple were still there, and hadn't been submerged by the sand. There were even a few remnant leaves of the Bodhi sacred tree among the rubble. How is this possible? Yi Fan looked at it in a daze. There were 18 levels of hell under this foundation. Were they still there? Suddenly, he felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly turned around and saw a majestic figure standing behind him. The figure's eyes were as bright as a divine lamp. Chapter 928. Yi Fan was drenched in cold sweat. There was one more person in the ruins. In the darkness, he could only see a majestic and tall silhouette. Only a pair of bright eyes were like two lamps. In the silent confrontation, Yi Fan was shaken. This person must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could he get so close to him? This was very strange. One had to know that this was ancient Mars Star, a land of death. Why was there still such a mysterious existence? Are you the ancestor crocodile? Yi Fan's voice was emotionless. He had experienced too many things. Even if a quasi-emperor appeared in front of him, he would not panic. The two green lantern-like eyes dimmed. This person disappeared into thin air, as if he had never been there. The place was empty. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. This person was too fast, so fast that he did not even notice how he disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. He suddenly turned around and felt a chill run down his spine. In the darkness, there was a vague majestic silhouette staring at him. It was still the same person from before. Similarly, not even a moment later, the mysterious demonic shadow disappeared again. There was no sign of life at all as it appeared in another place. How could it be so fast? Yi Fan was truly shocked. If this person attacked, how could he block it? It was horrifying. Was it the ancestor crocodile? He was not sure. He could not see its true body, nor could he see its appearance. He could not even capture its aura. Just what was this thing? If it was the ancestor crocodile, it would have crushed him to death with a finger. Why didn't it attack? Yi Fan activated the Rho formula and turned into a beam of light. He left the Thunderclap Temple ruins and stopped several miles away to listen to the sounds of heaven and earth. Everything was extremely quiet. There was no storm at this time. The entire ancient Mars star was silent except for his own heartbeat. The stars in the sky flickered with faint specks of light. In the darkness, the Thunderclap Temple ruins were like a dormant beast. What's going on? Why didn't that demonic shadow follow me? Yi Fan was astonished. That majestic figure moved left and right at that place, which made him feel scared. Why didn't it follow him? It's a little strange. Yi Fan wandered around the ruins of the Big Lane Temple. He circled around it and observed, but nothing unusual happened. This puzzled him. Don't tell me that thing was born from the ruins of the ancient temple? Thinking of this possibility, he calmed down a lot and walked forward step by step, slowly approaching the ruins that had been abandoned for many years. Sure enough, as soon as he got closer, a tall and sturdy figure silently appeared in the same place, constantly changing his position like a ghost king. Moreover, when Yi Fan tried to walk to the other end of the ruins, an even more terrifying scene appeared. A great ancient demon devoured the heaven and earth, appearing and disappearing indistinctly. It exuded a frightening, baleful aura that was completely different from the demonic figure from before. Yi Fan was not afraid when he saw this scene. Instead, he was completely relieved. He had spent a lot of time with people like Duanda and the Black Emperor in the Big Dipper Star region. It was impossible for him not to know many strange things. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard, and he had almost become half an authority. This was the temple's guardian demon god. All of this must have originated from the foundation. After so many years, the crocodile ancestor broke free and destroyed the foundation, allowing Gautama Buddha's backup plan to appear in the world. There was a kind of underground sealing method in the world. It was very magical and cruel. The foundation was cast with the blood of a powerful demon saint, and the dead could manifest all kinds of Dharma images from when they were alive. Below the Big Lane Temple was the demonic land with 18 levels of hell. It must have been painstakingly built with sufficient preparation. Otherwise, the entire ancient temple would most likely be overturned by the demons below. Yi Fan carefully cleaned up and pushed the rubble of the Big Lane Temple to the side, revealing a dense foundation. This is the paradise of Buddhism, but this is the scene below. In order to suppress the demon, Gautama Buddha was also ruthless. The foundation looked extraordinary at first glance. Every piece of stone was engraved with mysterious runes. They were black and red in color, and had been soaked in demon blood. It was a horrifying sight. In the center of the underground foundation, there was a huge black hole. After clearing away the rubble, a terrifying demonic aura emerged from below. This is the 18 levels of hell. Back then, the crocodile ancestor escaped from here. There were 18 levels of hell under the Big Lane Temple. If news of this were to spread to the mortal world, not even the Buddhists would believe it. Back then, the crocodile ancestor had escaped, and his divine consciousness had also rushed out. It was unknown whether the more powerful gods from the outer realms had also escaped. This place isn't far from Earth. If these things want to escape. Yi Fan shuddered. Who on earth could compete with them in the age of chaos where no one knew how to cultivate? At the thought of this, he felt very uneasy. He decided to go down and see what was going on. Yi Fan entered the black hole alone. This place was like the huge mouth of a primordial beast waiting to devour people. It was sinister and terrifying. A bone-chilling killing intent surged over. It was as painful as a blunt knife cutting his flesh. The underground was vast and hundreds of meters deep. The length and width were also the same. Although it was pitch black, nothing could hide from the heaven's eye. This was the first level of hell. The walls were full of carvings of golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas. They were in a demon-subduing state, glaring angrily at him with awe-inspiring divine might. This was the refinement of devils. Yi Fan was astonished. The killing intent emitted by these carvings had accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years. It could refine a great demon king and possess profound and unfathomable divine abilities. This was the place where the crocodile was suppressed. It could be said that it was no small miracle that he was suppressed for 2,000 years without dying. The huge and spacious first level of hell was completely carved out of stone. It seemed to be formed after a huge demonic stone was hollowed out. In each of the four corners, there was a thick stone pillar supporting the Big Lane Temple above. It seemed to be suppressing this place. There were all kinds of demonic gods carved on these four pillars. There were also blood grooves soaked in dried black blood. This was the demonic transformation pillar, used to refine demonic sages. There were a few giant scales on the ground, every single one the length of a person, flickering with dense killing light. Without a doubt, this belonged to the crocodile ancestor, something that came off after being refined by the first level of hell. Yi Fan picked one up discovering that the material was extremely sturdy. Even though its demonic energy had long been refined away, its essence removed, there was still a trace of undying characteristics. Worthy of being a demonic sage, even a completely ruined scale is still so terrifying. Yifan clenched his teeth. He was full of hatred towards the crocodile ancestor, wishing to pull out its tendons and pull out its bones. In a corner, there was a large black hole that led even deeper underground. That was the entrance to the second level of hell, the place where the great completion malicious spirits were suppressed. Yifan leapt inside. He wanted to see how many levels of hell had been broken through. The underground world was pitch black, becoming even more murky. At the same time, Yin energy attacked his body, his skin feeling as if it was being pierced by needles. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish, his entire body going rigid. It was because there was a ghost lamp in this level of hell that released a lush green light, a chilly aura assaulting his face. Moreover, there was a stone coffin right in front of that ghost lamp, and a shriveled little old man was squatting on top of it, smiling strangely at him. Yifan's hair stood on end as he staggered backward. There was actually a living creature in this second level of hell. This place had long since broken through the seal, so why was there such a ghost lamp and such an old ghost with soaring Yin energy? His body was in even more pain, as if thousands of Yin needles were pricking his body. Boom. Yifan took out the cauldron on the spot, and 9 colored flames poured down like a waterfall, covering his entire body within. He held the Bodhi seed in his palm. This was the extreme young divine flame that could burn all filthy evil spirits. Yifan used it to protect his body, but he didn't act blindly without thinking and stared fixedly ahead. Chi. That shriveled little old man transformed into a beam of green light, and entered the copper lamp with a human body and a ghost face. The flame in the wick immediately became much more exuberant. This is a coffin-suppressing lamp. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered Duanda's words and knew what this thing was. This ghost face lamp with a human body was definitely a priceless divine treasure for Duanda. It was a divine item used to suppress graves and could be used to suppress malicious spirits in coffins. In this place, there were no other malicious spirits, but there was once a divine thought with a sacred body. That was the Emperor of Ghosts, so who could compare? And this ghost lamp was naturally outstanding among its kind. No one knew how this kind of ghost lamp was refined. Not to mention the lamp itself, even the oil it burned was difficult to find. It was said that it was refined from the grease of a saint, and the more saints there were, the more wonderful it was. Since ancient times, the flame of the lamp would never go out. Looking at the ghost lamp and the dark green ghost flame, Yifan was frightened. That was the burning grease refined from the body of a saint, and it was used to suppress malicious spirits with a sacred body. The grease was definitely even more rare and terrifying. This kind of thing was not a magical treasure, so it could not be used to attack the enemy. It could only be used to suppress graves, and it had a great use in the Yin tomb. Yifan stared at the ghost face lamp with a human body. The lamp wick was its tongue, and it was indescribably evil and terrifying. This thing was very ancient, and the years had left behind unerasable old marks on it. Just by feeling it, one could tell that this lamp had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It was definitely not refined by the Gautama Buddha. He must have found it from somewhere else and used it to suppress malicious spirits with a sacred body. This ghost lamp was most likely a divine item. If Duanda was here, he would definitely be drooling and pouncing over. However, Yifan was very disgusted and was unwilling to put it away. Apart from dealing with the Yin tomb and ancient tomb, this lamp really did not have much use. Yifan looked at the burning human oil in the lamp wick and felt a wave of disgust. Although the ancient great sage was divine, this kind of thing left behind really made people uncomfortable. Even though it is not very clean, it is still precious. Once I enter the ancient cave tomb of gods, this lamp is equivalent to a divine treasure. It has strange and indescribable power. He wanted to put it away, but he was a bit worried about the mischief of that shriveled old man. However, this indirectly proved the terror of this lamp, and it gave birth to a deity. Yifan pinched his nose and threw the lamp into the 9-colored flame inside the cauldron to suppress it. He put it away. The stone coffin was empty, and it seemed like there would not be anything left behind. After all, the deity's consciousness had already escaped, and only waves of dense aura pervaded the air. At the end of hell, there were not 18 layers but only 2. This puzzled Yi Fan. It was completely different from what he had guessed. He searched repeatedly and carefully, but in the end he came up helplessly. He searched the great thunderclap temple ruins again, and finally found a secret. A stone tablet was buried beside the foundation stone. The words carved on it were not in Sanskrit or cauldron characters, but in the divine language commonly used by the 10,000 ancient races. Now even though Yi Fan could not understand them all, he was almost there. He could mostly distinguish the meaning. There were only 2 layers of the yin-yang hell, and they mutually restrained each other, using the power of yin and yang to seal each other. This was the general idea of the first line, and there was a passage below. Yi Fan instantly understood that the 18 layers of hell were separated into groups of 2. They were divided into 9 ancient stars, and a total of 18 terrifying ancient existences were suppressed there, each more powerful than the last. It is fortunate that this is the case. Otherwise, if the seal of this place were to be broken and the 18 ancient deities rushed out at the same time, even the return of the Sakyamuni Buddha might not be of any use. Suddenly, the deafening sound of waves traveled over. At first, Yi Fan thought it was an illusion, but when he listened carefully, he simply could not believe his ears. It was real. Moreover, at this time, he saw a vast black ocean surging over from the horizon. He had read reports before that in the distant past, there might have been great rivers on Mars' star, and even great lakes and oceans. But now the era had long changed, so how could they still exist? Boom. The raging waves beat against the shore, and rocks flew through the air. In that black ocean, there were actually a few ghost ships sailing, flickering with green ghostly flames. It was indescribably strange. Chapter 929. Mars was known as Mars in ancient times. Its entire body was reddish-brown, mainly due to the abundance of hematite. 20 years ago, before Yi Fan had left Earth, he had already read some relevant reports. This was a boundless dead star. However, there was only a pitch-black swamp before him. Raging waves were raging, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard as the waves reached the sky. This was a terrifying scene that was inconceivable and incomprehensible. There should have been water on Mars in the past, but it had already dried up tens of thousands of years ago. Yi Fan was flabbergasted as he watched all of this. The black waves rushed in front of him and almost drowned him. The salty water was definitely not an illusion. It was real. He soared into the air, and was almost petrified. Where did the water come from? What had happened? Was the fading era of myths about to reappear? He was incomparably vigilant as he gazed at the ghost ships. Although they were very far away, he could already feel the eerie aura coming from them. The Black Sea soon submerged this place. What entered his eyes were huge black waves that slammed into the air, sweeping up thousands of layers of incomparably majestic waves. Everything happened too quickly. The scarlet land disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the boundless swamp became the only scene. Even the 5-colored sacrificial altar and the ruins of the great Thunderclap Monastery were submerged. Is this still Mars? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Everything was beyond his understanding. In the distance, the ghost ships were sailing on the waves. They were very stable and didn't capsize at all. The faint green ghostly flames made the scene even more bizarre. Moreover, a dense fog had appeared on the surface of the sea, blurring everything and making it difficult to see clearly. It had only been a short time, but the environment had changed completely. If Yi Fan were to land on Mars now, it would be difficult to recognize him. He would most likely treat it as an unknown starry land. The fog was very dense, but the ghost ships were also becoming more and more hazy. If not for the flickering green ghostly light, he wouldn't be able to see them at all, and would soon disappear into the Black Sea. His previous understanding had been overturned. Yi Fan pondered seriously and stared fixedly at the ghost ships. It seemed that if he wanted to understand the situation, he would have to start from them. He stepped on the water and quickly pressed forward, leaving behind a waterline. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he approached a slightly smaller ghost ship. It had an ancient design and a long body. It could easily accommodate a few hundred people. The pitch-black hull was shrouded in a sinister and bone-chilling mist. The sea became lifeless and even the waves stopped surging. It was as quiet as death without a single sound. Up until now, Yi Fan had fought no less than 1,000 battles, and was full of experience. He was naturally unafraid. It could even be said that he was a bold and skilled person. He landed on the ship. The fog became thicker and thicker, so much that even the heavenly eye was affected. This was a misty sea. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron above his head, and the deity striking whip in his hand. He moved forward on the ancient ship and searched in the darkness. The ship was empty, and there was only a bronze lamp hanging at the bow of the ship that flickered with ghost fire. He walked deeper and saw corpses. They were all wearing armor, and the iron clothes were almost rotting. He used the myriad chi cauldron to lightly touch them. Rustling metal pieces fell to the ground, and the flesh turned to ash. A white skeleton was scattered on the ground. As he walked deeper, he saw corpses after corpses. They were all wearing armor, and their iron clothes were almost rotten. He used the deity striking whip to lightly touch them, and with a crash, the rotten iron pieces fell to the ground. Flesh and blood turned to ash, and a set of white skeletons scattered on the ground. Not long after, he came to the deepest part of the cabin. There was actually a pool of blood made of black jade. The blood inside had long dried up, and there were a few humanoid creatures wrapped in blood. Not long after, he arrived at the innermost depths of the ship. There was actually a pool of blood made from black jade. The blood inside had long dried up, and there were a few humanoid creatures wrapped in blood. Soon, he came to the deepest part of the cabin. There was actually a pool of blood made of black jade. The blood inside had long dried up, and there were a few humanoid creatures wrapped in blood. One of the corpses actually revived. It possessed extraordinary strength and didn't drag him down. Instead, it bounced up like an ape, its hands grabbing towards his neck. Like a corpse coming back to life, it was a vivid scene of a malicious spirit locking people down. Even Yi Fan, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was shocked. His hair stood on end and he quickly retreated. Then he swung the deity striking whip and smashed it forward. Boom! His strength was so great that even a Tao-severing monarch would be destroyed in both body and soul. There were not many people in the world who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Sizzle! The tattered iron clothes shattered on the spot, and the bones turned into fine powder. This strange corpse was smashed into pieces, and could no longer cause trouble. Bang! In the dried-up blood pond, the 5 corpses that were wrapped by the blood lumps all struggled free. They let out mournful howls, jumped up high, and pounced towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's left hand's 5 fingers opened up, and immediately, 5 dragon-shaped pillars of light shot out and penetrated forward. This type of destructive power was enough to kill a sect's main force. However, 5 light sounds rang out. Even though these 5 blood corpses were penetrated, they still rushed forward murderously, not affected in the slightest. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. These corpses were definitely extremely powerful when they were alive, definitely severing the Tao. Now, only by shattering them could they end their painful nightmare. Hong! He lightly shook the cauldron, and all life source energy descended. Every strand was as heavy as a mountain, crushing those ancient corpses into fine powder on the spot, turning them into ashes. This place is truly strange. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago these things were left behind, yet they still haven't decayed and can still cause trouble. Yi Fan was astonished. Ooh! Suddenly, a sorrowful sobbing sound rang through the air. In this quiet black sea of death, it was especially terrifying, making one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan immediately rushed out of the cabin, and arrived on the deck. He stared at the source of the sound. It was the bronze ghost lamp hanging at the bow of the ship. He smashed over with a fist, and with a pu sound, the ghost flame was extinguished. The ancient lamp turned into ashes. However, the sobbing sound had already spread through the Black Sea. Its voice was especially distant. The ghost ships nearby quickly rushed over, and there were several corpses on the deck. It was an incomparably strange sight. Just a few ancient corpses. They aren't that powerful, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Fan sneered. The 6 Tao reincarnation's fists struck out, and a pair of golden fists immediately stirred up heaven overflowing waves. Endless golden light surged, turning these ghost ships into fine powder, including the ancient corpses. The sea surface calmed down, and not a single sound could be heard. Even the waves calmed down. The entire sea was deathly silent without a trace of sound. However, Yi Fan felt a bit uneasy inside. A type of inauspicious aura pervaded the air, as if something was about to happen. Sure enough, not long after, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. 9 gigantic black ancient ships suddenly appeared, and they were all as tall as mountains. They didn't make a single sound, and they were like 9 islands that suddenly appeared. They were filled with an oppressive feeling, and only the ghost lamp at the bow of the ship was flickering with a faint light. The deathly silence lasted until the ship was right in front of them. A mournful cry broke the silence, and then a scene that made one's scalp go numb occurred. The 9 black ships were in an uproar, and it was unknown how many ghost claws were waving about. It was almost boiling as ghostly energy soared into the sky. The deafening clamor and ghostly cries were terrifying. Then, like dumplings being put into a pot, tens of thousands of ghost corpses jumped down from the ships and pounced towards Yi Fan. Many of them submerged into the Black Sea, and as they swam over, the ghost claws covered the surface of the sea. This kind of scene made one terrified. It was unheard of and unseen. This strange scene caused Yi Fan's heart to jump violently. He couldn't understand why such a terrifying thing was happening. Boom! Some powerful ghost corpses directly flew over, breathing in and out black clouds as if they could suck the heaven and earth into their mouths. The ghost bodies were incomparably tall, and all of them were covered in rusty iron clothes. Yi Fan was in big trouble. He was submerged by the sea of ghosts. A pair of golden fists shattered everything in their way, but there was no lack of powerful ghosts among them. They were definitely half-saints when they were alive. I understand now. Yi Fan looked at their armor and the boundless sea of ghosts. He knew that these must be the ancient soldiers he saw on the pentacolor altar. They were formed after they died. Presumably, there must be a place of extreme Yin energy on the ancient Mars where countless Yin spirits were buried, allowing their bodies to be preserved until now. Every time the mysterious Black Sea surged, they could also come out to wreak havoc. Yi Fan's battle had sunk into a predicament because there were too many ghost corpses. There were even ghosts transformed from half-saints. Although they didn't have the cultivation of the past, they were still boundlessly terrifying. Just as he was about to summon the 9-colored flame, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from the end of the sea. It shook off the endless Yin fog and rapidly approached. This was a large, resplendent ship that emitted boundless divine splendor. It illuminated the entire world and dispersed the thick fog. It let out deafening chanting that shook the vast sky. It was as if they had arrived at Mount Meru. The chanting of Buddhas turned into symbols and rushed into the heavens to suppress these ghost corpses. Divine splendor surged forth violently. Buddhist light shone and many ghost corpses were crushed, vanishing into thin air. Even more retreated into the 9 black ghost ships to confront the resplendent ship. Yi Fan was astonished. The descent of the gods and Buddhas had reversed the situation in an instant, forcing many ghost corpses to retreat. But what was going on with this ship that was filled with divine aura? Suddenly he was dumbfounded. There were no living people on the seemingly divine and resplendent ship. The hundreds of golden arhats had long since passed away. They were all skin and bones and had lost their lives. All the chanting came from their remnant thoughts and dharma bodies when they were alive. A ship full of dead monks. Yi Fan counted carefully. There were exactly 500 old monks. Every one of them was skin and bones, but there was no aura of death. Their skin was golden and engraved with divine light. Could it be 500 golden arhats? He drew in a breath of cold air. The resplendent ship carried 500 golden arhats who were innately the bane of ghosts. The chanting resounded through the clouds as the 9 black ghost ships sobbed sorrowfully and rushed into the depths of the Black Sea. Boom! Suddenly, huge waves surged and crashed against the shore. The raging waves spanned thousands of miles and were about to split the sky. Both the ghost ships and the Buddhist ships were uncontrollable. They were pulled by a huge force and rushed towards the north. At the same time, Yi Fan discovered that the Black Ocean was receding, and the tsunami was retreating towards the North Pole of Mars at an extraordinary speed. What's going on? Yi Fan was puzzled. Many places had reappeared on dry land, so he chased after them. At the north pole of the ancient Mars star, a huge eye of the sea appeared. The torrential ocean flowed in, and the 9 ghost ships and the Golden Buddha ship were also spinning in it. This sea eye was too big and possessed a demonic nature. It could even swallow the heaven and earth, distorting the surrounding space and causing the void to collapse continuously. It was boundlessly terrifying. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. This might be the greatest secret of Mars. The ocean that was thought to have evaporated was here. Roar! A loud roar came from the depths of the demonic sea eye. If not for the fact that Yi Fan had a saint physique, he would have exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Brat, you ruined my plans. The demonic sea eye that opens once in 1,000 years has closed just like this. Even eating your flesh and drinking your blood won't be enough to quench my hatred. A wave of majestic blood energy drowned out the heaven and earth. The entire world was about to explode as demonic energy overflowed the heavens. This was definitely an ancient demonic saint. Chapter 930. The reports Yi Fan saw on Earth had come true. There were ancient rivers on Mars, and related researchers even believed that there were great lakes and oceans. Now it was confirmed. There was a demonic sea eye at the North Pole here. It was so mystical that even the heaven and earth were collapsing and being swallowed inside. No wonder the Black Sea came and went so suddenly. However, now was not the time to think absent-mindedly. That was because a heaven-overflowing demonic aura rushed over from the Black Sea eye. Blood energy rolled about, startling the stars and shaking the moon. The peerless demonic saint rushed out. Its angry roar caused the sky above to collapse. The stars in the sky seemed to be swaying and trembling as if they were about to fall. Yi Fan was horrified. He didn't know how powerful this demonic saint was. If it wasn't for the human race's divine physique and profound cultivation, he would have been turned into meat paste by this roar. Hong! A bitter aura rushed into the sky. The black demonic sea eye cracked open, and a colossus rushed into the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Demonic mist surged into the sky. The body of this demonic saint couldn't be seen, and only 2 huge red lantern-like eyes could be seen closing in from the distance. It was obvious that this was a colossus, and its body could most likely crush an endless ancient mountain. It made Yi Fan feel as if his soul was about to leave his body and be drawn in by the demonic saint's aura. It was terrifying to the extreme. Demonic aura rushed into the heavens. This demonic saint seemed to be able to pluck the stars and grab the moon. Before the person arrived, the tsunami-like fluctuations had already swept over, shaking the entire ancient Mars. Roar! A loud roar exploded like 10,000 layers of thunder. The world immediately collapsed, and roiling demonic aura surged, drowning out everything in sight. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently. The source energy of all things fell down, and each strand could crush a divine mountain. It was the world's most precious immortal material. At this moment, dang-dang sounds rang out, and the sound waves were like tangible divine swords hacking above, sending both the cauldron and Yi Fan flying. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood sprinkled down, penetrating the void. He stabilized his body in the distance with great difficulty, and his face was full of shock. This was a true demonic saint that couldn't be defeated. The Sakyamuni Buddha traveled far away, and now on this ancient star, who could oppose him? Even in the Beidou star domain, who could stop him? This was because Yi Fan sensed that this demonic saint's vitality was too vigorous. It was even vaster than the Black Sea from before, submerging the entire heaven and earth. He felt that it was even more terrifying than the ancient ancestral kings he had seen before. Black mist surged, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. It was boundlessly vast as it surged into the sky, and every single inch of space in the world was covered in it. It was as if a stellar domain was shaking, but also as if a silver river was dyed black and then fell. This was endless divine might. In the midst of the monstrous demonic chi, a gigantic silhouette stood in front of them, looking down on them. Apart from a pair of gigantic red eyes that resembled red lanterns, there was nothing else to be seen. However, Yi Fan immediately knew who he was. Crocodile Ancestor. It was just like what they saw back then. When he broke free, it was also like this. Today it was even more so. This type of bitter aura was enough to shake the world. Mars has become the world's greatest bitter sea. The entire life source star has become an immortal burial ground, and all of the historical remains have been swallowed into the eye of the demonic sea. This one has guarded bitterly for more than 20 years, and now that I am about to enter and obtain the immortal burial that will be used to verify the Tao in the future, I was disturbed by you in an instant. Everything became nothing. A rumbling, angry voice tore through the sky, raging between heaven and earth. It was like deafening thunder. Even though Ancestor Crocodile was angry, his voice was calm and cold to the extreme. He stared fixedly at him, his two blood-red eyes filled with cruelty and ruthlessness. "Crocodile, old demon!" Yi Fan also shouted loudly, his heart full of hatred. Not to mention that many of his old friends had died here back then. Even if they escaped to the Beidou Star Domain, they still wouldn't be able to live in peace. This filled him with sorrow. There was a great enmity between them. The source of all life energy, truly blessed by the heavens. Could it be that the heavens are making up for it, sending me the most precious immortal material? Great ripples appeared in Ancestor Crocodile's ice-cold eyes, and then they slowly melted. He released thunderous laughter. Facing this demonic saint, Yi Fan felt a deep sense of helplessness. He wanted to kill, but he was powerless. He clenched his fists tightly. 20 years ago you crossed such a long distance, yet you could still come back. This is really beyond my expectations. The ancient crocodile sneered, revealing a vague silhouette in the black mist. It was a huge body comparable to a mountain. "Demon crocodile, you harmed so many of my classmates. Why did you do this?" Yi Fan roared. Ancestor Crocodile looked at him as if he was looking at an ant, without a trace of emotion. He said, "Do I still need to scheme against a few insects? I just went with the flow." What he said was the truth. At his realm, how could he think highly of mortals back then? According to him, he just did what he wanted, even forming a strand of primordial spirit to enter the ancient bronze coffin. Yi Fan was bitter. Ancestor Crocodile didn't care about the deaths of his classmates at all. It only treated it as stepping on a few ants. It didn't count as anything. It didn't even leave a trace in its heart. "Why didn't you personally enter the ancient bronze coffin?" "I didn't leave. First, it's because of the thing in the ancient bronze coffin. Second, I know Sakyamuni is on the way. I don't want to meet him again. Third, it's because I want to wait for the immortal fate of the bewilderment demonic sea eye that opens once in 1,000 years. At this point, Ancestor Crocodile's bloody eyes turned cold again. Yi Fan ruined his big plan, which made him want to kill him. Suddenly, 100,000 celestial swords rushed into the sky, clanging and shaking the heaven and earth. Those were crocodile scales clanging and clanging, turning into an armor above the black water. Amidst the sound of metal, a black gold armor was put on Ancestor Crocodile's body. He turned into a human, tall and majestic, 2 meters tall, and descended. This was a burly middle-aged man with a threatening aura, like a demon god. He walked forward step by step, surrounded by ribbons of black mist, suffocating people. Different from the divine crocodile seen in the northern Dipper Star region. His armor was black, flashing with a cold metallic luster. Other than his thick black hair and bloody eyes, his entire body was covered. The sacred robe. An existence that could create a sacred robe was extremely terrifying, especially this kind of demonic saint that could cross star regions. Even in the northern Dipper Star region, it was difficult to subdue him. "Why were you suppressed here? Did you come from the blue planet in this star region?" Yi Fan's heart was filled with hatred, but at the same time, he had too many questions. 2,000 years ago, I crossed the starry sky and came to that blue planet to search for ancient immortals, but I didn't expect to be suppressed by Sakyamuni. Ancestor Crocodile's eyes became even colder when he mentioned the past, but his tone was still emotionless. "Do you know why there are no cultivators on that blue planet now?" Although Yi Fan wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, he wanted to know more ancient secrets. "I came across an ancient starry sky path, and went against the immortals to pursue the secrets of immortals, but I was suppressed here." Killing intent surged in Ancestor Crocodile's eyes. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared, dripping with fresh blood. With one look, one could tell that he had killed countless creatures over the years. Do you know the secret of the ancient bronze coffin pulled by 9 dragons? It was rare for Yi Fan to see an ancient demonic saint so close to Earth. He was eager to know all its secrets. Brat, you talk too much. I'll just send you on your way. I've already satisfied many of your questions. Ancestor Crocodile's killing intent soared to the heavens. His body trembled slightly, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Wait, do you know how I reversed the situation and returned? I know everything about Sakyamuni. Tell me the secrets, and I'll tell you the things on the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan shouted in order to dispel his doubts and also to stall for time. 9 dragons pulling a coffin, mysterious and distant. I've seen it twice in my life. The first time was 5,000 years ago on a broken life source star in the depths of the star domain. I thought that I had obtained a great fortune and wanted to open it, but it almost destroyed my cultivation in this life. I barely escaped with my life, the ancient crocodile said in a gloomy voice. Just how long has it existed? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He was shaken. Not to mention the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, just Ancestor Crocodile's lifespan was frightening enough. It had existed for 5,000 years, and even the written history of ancient China wasn't that far back. Of course, that period of time didn't count. Now, he knew that there was an era of gods and demons on Earth. Where were you born? How many life source planets are there in the desolate universe? How are they related? Where is the end of the ancient starry sky path? Are there immortals in this world? Yi Fan had too many questions that he wanted to ask clearly. However, Ancestor Crocodile sneered and said, Brat, you have too many questions. I'll shatter your primordial spirit and extract your memories. I'll know everything about Sakyamuni and the path ahead. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. At this point, he stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward. With a rumbling sound, the sky collapsed, and the large black hand blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was a demonic saint. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 of him, it would be useless. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even an immortal fetus would be useless. He quickly shook the cauldron. The myriad chi fell down and protected him tightly. At the same time, he was ready to unleash a terrifying attack. The black hand was obviously coming to grab the cauldron. Even ancient emperors would be moved when faced with such peerless immortal materials, let alone Ancestor Crocodile. He had long since reached his limit. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance rushed up. 9 colored flames filled the sky and enveloped the black hand on the spot, burning it fiercely. A muffled groan could be heard as Ancestor Crocodile's black hand turned into a torch that couldn't be extinguished. It almost evaporated the water in front of the black sea eye. Yi Fan immediately took out the profound jade platform and wanted to cross the void to escape. However, the formation platform shattered on the spot and turned into powder. A puny human actually injured me. Ancestor Crocodile's words were incomparably cold. His hand was badly injured. He continuously used Dao laws and finally managed to extinguish the flames on his hand. You killed so many of my old friends. Today I'll settle things with you. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind and was ready to take out a trump card. You are just a group of insects in my eyes. I casually set up a backup plan and sent a primordial spirit to Big Dipper. To be honest, I've never treated you as anything. I can kill billions of ants like you with one hand. Ancestor Crocodile had a trace of disdain. One day, you will also be stepped on by others like an ant. Yi Fan said coldly. He wanted to take out his trump card, but it was still night and the sky hadn't brightened yet. He was afraid that he would die because of this. Your physique is very special, and you also have an extraordinary fate. You can even find a shocking immortal material, like the myriad chi source root, that even ancient emperors yearned for. Today, I'll kill you and take away the human Dao foundation of an ant like you. Ancestor Crocodile said coldly. Waves of chanting could be heard as if bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas were chanting sutras. All kinds of runes were densely packed and boundless golden light surged over. The golden ancient ship that was spinning in the Devil Sea I sailed over. The 500 golden arhats were all skin and bones. Their bodies shone with divine splendor. They thought that they had all passed away. But at this moment, a divine monk opened his eyes. You are that ancient Buddha from Thunder Sound Temple. You are actually still alive. Ancestor Crocodile shouted. Chapter 931. The ancient golden ship sailed against the Black Ocean and escaped from the demonic sea. 500 golden arhats sat cross-legged, and only the old monk opened his eyes, chanting Buddhist scriptures. This ship of arhats with bones wrapped in divine skin were the former divine monks of the Great Thunderclap Temple? Yi Fan was astonished. This was like a small Mount Meru. Old monk, you are still alive. Didn't you die 2,000 years ago? Ancestor Crocodile shouted. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. It was obvious that he had fought with this old monk before. Buddha is merciful, good. The old monk opened his mouth. He was only left with a layer of skin, and was as thin as firewood. However, he was surrounded by Buddhist light and looked sacred and lofty. Stop pretending to be merciful. Today, I will refine you into dust. Ancestor Crocodile said coldly. His black golden armor flickered with a cold metallic luster, making him look extraordinarily heroic. This old monk should have died long ago. I only have one breath left after 2,000 years. In order to guard the demonic sea, if it wasn't for the two benefactors fighting, I'm afraid I would have never woken up. Yi Fan was shocked. These were the golden arhats of Sakyamuni. This old monk was an ancient Buddha and seemed to have a great background. Through his narration, Yi Fan was very surprised. He understood some old matters. They guarded the Great Thunderclap Temple, and were responsible for suppressing the heroic spirits of the ancient Mars star. It could be said that they had a long way to go. This ancient star was once full of vitality, and was a source of life. In the end, a war across star domains occurred and everything was destroyed. It was unknown how many experts died in this place. It was hard to calculate how many sacred bones were buried here. This was the burial ground of the heroic spirits. Naturally, this place became incomparably evil. All the heroic spirits were sealed in the demonic sea. It was equivalent to hell on earth. No wonder I couldn't enter the demonic sea despite going against the Black Ocean. That door was restricted by you monks. The ancient crocodile's bloody eyes became colder. Benefactor, don't provoke a disaster. Since you can find the demonic sea, you naturally know how it was formed, and what kind of existence is sealed in the deepest part. So many years have passed. Even if there were immortals, they would have long turned into dung. What could be left inside? Ancestor Crocodile said coldly. Yes, things from that era can't live until now. But don't forget what this place is. Demonic Sea of the North Sea, a land of extreme Een. You also saw the appearance of the ghost ship. Many things turned into Een spirits, not to mention the existence sealed in the deepest point of extreme Een. Now there are definitely supreme Een deities as well as unparalleled heroic spirits. No matter who comes, they won't be able to subdue them. The old monk had a solemn expression on his face. Yi Fan was shocked. It turned out that the remains of the past civilizations and creatures that died in battle were sealed within this devil sea. There were even many ancient secrets and past events that were unknown to others. Old monk, are you going to make a move again? It's been 2,000 years. You really are alive. Even Sakyamuni respects you as teacher. The black golden armor of the ancient crocodile clanged. Its murderous aura was like a sword, slashing in all directions, sweeping out a large ravine on the ground and the sky. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the old monk in disbelief. He was the only one still alive on the golden ship. What kind of identity did he have? My Dharma is not as good as Buddha. I can only be regarded as a guide. He created his own path. Me and the others who are respected as teachers are nothing. The divine monk put his palms together. Yi Fan was surprised. Then he remembered some records. Buddha had several teachers before he was enlightened. Some were Brahmins, and some were sadhus. Then he created his own religion. This old monk was at least an ancient Buddha. He was most likely the sadhus of the past. Before Buddha created his religion, Dharma also existed. However, it had declined on earth. It was fragmented and loose. Even the Dharma was not correct. The old monk who had once guided Sakyamuni. This was an astonishing origin. Just thinking about it made people dumbfounded. Yi Fan was truly subdued and even a bit dumbfounded. How ancient was this person? He must have been a virtuous Buddha. He must know everything about Earth's ancient times. This was a true living fossil. If he could sit with him for a day, he might be able to solve most of the mysteries in his heart. Yi Fan was incomparably excited at the thought of this. Old monk, who do you think you are? I admit that I'm not Buddha's match, but can't I kill you? Even if you are half a teacher to him. The ancient crocodile was powerful and tyrannical. The black golden armor on its body hummed and emitted millions of sword radiance. It took a step forward and was about to board the golden ship. Namo hinana dong na yi. Namo ali yi palujiadi. Shuabo na yi puti satupi. The old monk started chanting the demon-subduing scripture. Golden runes jumped out one after another and imprinted in the sky. Each of them was extremely heavy. Clang clang. Ancestor crocodile attacked. Sparks flew in all directions with each strike colliding with the runes. At their level, any random attack was the law of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that Mars was a special ancient planet, their battle might have shattered half of the ancient planet. That was because the divine chains of order had already rushed up and penetrated the boundless void. This was a fierce battle. Both sides held nothing back and wanted to destroy the other. This was a battle between Buddha and demon. Namo Yaina na dong na yi. Suddenly, all the golden arhats on the ancient ship began to chant sutras. These were the remnant thoughts and fluctuations from when they were alive. Their chanting resounded throughout Mars. Boundless light blossomed and confronted the ancient crocodile. The entire golden ship burst forth with all kinds of patterns that interweaved under the sky. Chanting. It was as if all the bodhisattvas were shouting in unison, or as if Buddhas were roaring in anger. It seemed to have come from ancient times and possessed boundless and immeasurable divine might. This ancient golden ship was a supreme magic artifact that was at least of the legendary grade. There were formations carved by Buddha himself on it. At this moment, they were all lit up with the intention of purifying all demons in the world. The might of Buddha spread for 80,000 li. The Buddhist Dharma was profound and unfathomable. It could purify all enemies, and at this moment, it displayed astonishing might. The chanting continued without end. It was like a great golden bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Golden ancient runes flickered one after another and submerged this place. Ancestor crocodile was very powerful, but it was a bit weary to deal with Buddha's half-master. This ancient ship combined with the wills of the 500 golden arhats from when they were alive. Its might was unimaginable, and it was all activated by the old monk. Mars was the world's largest sea of bitterness. The Great Thunderclap Temple had once been located here. This ancient golden ship had a special meaning as it could help people cross the sea of bitterness. And now, taking action against Ancestor Crocodile was like purifying an ancient great demon. The chanting continued without end. It was as if the 3,000 ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas were chanting sutras together. The divine might shocked the world and boundless light turned into eternity. Yi Fan watched from afar and didn't run away. There was no way out of this star domain, and rushing to Earth wasn't a good choice either. That was because if the flames of war were to be drawn there would be unimaginable consequences. Since he had already reached this step, he was going to throw caution to the wind and wait for daybreak. Even if the old monk was defeated, he still had to fight and take revenge for his classmate who died in vain. This was a holy war, a great battle between ancient saints. Complicated secret techniques and incomprehensible divine laws of order ran through this area. Finally, at daybreak, the chanting on the golden ship was no longer as loud and the splendor had also dimmed quite a bit. Buddha is 1 foot tall, demons 10 feet tall. The ancient crocodile sneered and said, "Do you think you can purify me unless Buddha returns? This poor monk is old and his chi and blood have dried up. I should have left this world a long time ago. Indeed, I can't purify benefactor, but I can see your future. Your evil has come to an end." Nonsense. How could Ancestor Crocodile believe him? This ancient monk chanted Buddhist chants. The splendor on his body dimmed and slowly faded away. He was about to pass away and turn into Tao bones, becoming one with the golden ship. The body of the ship shone and filled in the demonic sea eye. At this moment, the seawater had already flowed in, and there was no water left on the ground. Pedantic. You are about to die, yet you still haven't found a good place. You just had to block the demonic CI. Ancestor Crocodile sneered. If I don't enter hell, who will? The old monk's last words were transmitted over. He rushed into the burial ground of heroic spirits with the ancient ship and filled in the demonic CI. Ancestor Crocodile turned around. His black armor flickered with a cold luster, making him look as if he was cast from demonic gold. His divine might was unmatched. At this moment, the first ray of dawn shone over and illuminated him even more terrifying. He stood tall and straight, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. His long black hair scattered behind him as his bloody eyes stared coldly at Yi Fan. Aunt, you dare to have killing intent towards me? So what if your physique is special? I can trample people like you to death with one foot. He was full of contempt and didn't take Yi Fan seriously at all. After finishing off that ancient Buddha, he naturally didn't care anymore. There was no one in this star region who could deal with him. You crocodile, today only one of us will survive. Yi Fan shouted. A little insect dares to clamor at the gods in the sky. Even if you raise your head, you won't be able to see how high my toes are. You aren't worthy, Ancestor Crocodile said with extreme contempt. Then he displayed his boundless Dharma body and quickly enlarged it. He raised his foot and stepped towards Yi Fan. He wanted to trample him to death with one foot, just like how he would treat an ant. He did this extremely naturally, truly treating Yi Fan like an ant, not treating him like anything at all. It was because his cultivation realm was right there for all to see. For Yi Fan, this was an extreme humiliation. He didn't say anything else and used the travel symbol to retreat. At the same time, he shook the cauldron above his head. The ancient immortal treasure scroll flew out and endless stars flickered. Then he shook it forcefully and a person flew out from within. This was an old man who was sealed in a divine source. He was as thin as a match and sat cross-legged. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of life, but it still made people's hearts palpitate. His upper body was bare and bony. His lower body was wrapped in a beast's skin, and in his hand was a lustrous white bone club. He looked very primitive, but it still gave people a horrifying feeling. A scarlet chain with dazzling divine splendor bound him. It was as if it was tightly bound to his flesh. There were many Tao patterns engraved on it that were indescribably profound. This was a scarlet divine chain. Ancestor Crocodile saw this and still stomped down. He sensed that the person in the source was very terrifying, and wanted to take the initiative to attack first. He wanted to use his ancient saint power to hack the old man to death. This step couldn't be said to be anything but tyrannical. Even an archaic ancestral king would be smashed to pieces. Without any suspense, Ancestor Crocodile made a vicious move. However, one could only see the divine source piece fly out and turn into brilliant divine light. That old man was completely unharmed. Moreover, there was a wave of terrifying fluctuations that rippled outwards. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore and rocks were piercing through the sky. All of this was the aura of this archaic saint's awakening. Heaven and earth rumbled. It was as if a vast body of water was bursting through a dam. The entire heavens collapsed. This archaic saint opened his eyes with a schwa sound. It was incomparably dazzling. Even someone as powerful as Ancestor Crocodile cried out in alarm. He flipped 3 times and flew out in reverse to avoid those 2 intimidating eyes. It was as if 2 streaks of lightning struck between heaven and earth. Those were 2 tangible streaks that rushed into the sky dome in an instant, shattering the heavens with a domineering aura. His pair of eyes were too terrifying. They were 10 million times more resplendent than the divine lamp. It was as if 2 suns had condensed and were embedded in his eye sockets. They burned fiercely and no one could look at them face to face. Senior, please punish this demon. He has gone too far in bullying my human race. Yi Fan transmitted sound in a loud voice. Needless to say, this archaic saint couldn't be humiliated. If someone dared to step on his body, it would be sensed. Chapter 932. This heaven and earth seemed to be unable to bear his might. As soon as the archaic saint revived, the natural fluctuations that were released collapsed the sky and earth. The beams of light shot out from his eyes burned fiercely, reaching who knew how many divine flames surged and throbbed, terrifying to the extreme. No one could look straight at them. Ancestor Crocodile screamed. Even he couldn't bear it. A pair of seemingly tangible divine radiance stared at him. 2 bloody holes appeared on his body, and blood gushed out. This was a terrifying scene. The black golden armor on his body was extremely sturdy. It was forged from the scales shed by his body. Yet it was pierced through by the 2 resplendent rays of light. Ancestor Crocodile was an ancient saint. He even defeated half of the Sakyamuni Buddha's master, so there was no need to doubt his cultivation. However, at this time he was in such a passive state and was under great pressure. Who are you? He was truly shocked. Was there really such a powerful character in the present world? Why had he never heard of him before? In his knowledge, apart from the Sakyamuni Buddha, no one could be this powerful and intimidating. Back then, in the Ziwei ancient star domain, Yifan had once activated this archaic saint to help the old madman. However, he was stopped by the power of the King Seals, and in the end he couldn't fight. The archaic saint didn't say anything. The tyrannical aura from when he had just revived finally calmed down a bit. The beams of light in his eyes also shrunk to 3 zhang in length, but they became even more dazzling. They burned like true divine flames. His entire being had the power to devour mountains and rivers. He was like an archaic deity. Even though he didn't say a single word, he could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Ancestor Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that he had encountered a fierce opponent. This was a great enemy that he had never seen before. Today he might die with a grievance. Hong. The archaic saint only moved his body slightly, and the heaven and earth split apart. It was as if this world couldn't contain his body. Great spatial cracks extended from the edge of his body into the depths of heaven and earth. A scarlet divine chain pierced into his flesh, but it couldn't affect his movements. He was full of pressure as he pressed forward. His eyes were extremely terrifying, as if he was staring at prey. Roar! Ancestor Crocodile roared. The black golden armor shone brightly, and his black hair danced in the wind. He took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, this mysterious saint's aura would completely suppress him. The divine flames in the primordial saint's eyes became more and more dazzling, burning the void. He faced the shocking attack head-on, not even dodging the huge black hand that came slapping at him. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. Ancestor Crocodile's large hand could crush archaic ancestral kings, but when it struck this old saint's body, it could only release a sonorous sound, unable to kill the enemy. Meanwhile, his palm and fingers were bleeding profusely. This kind of scene was extremely frightening, and it was enough to prove how terrifying the archaic saints were. His eyes became more and more dazzling. They were like 2 condensed suns that could burn the eyes of others blind. Yifan had a feeling that this ancient saint was really staring at his prey. He didn't see the crocodile as a demon saint, but as a beast to satisfy his hunger. That kind of gaze was too strange, so terrifying, full of hunger, as if it was hunting. Ancestor Crocodile clearly noticed this as well, his body going cold. With a zhung sound, a sharp divine sword left its sheath. This was his war weapon. It hacked through the heavens, hacking down. During this entire process, along with the wails of ghosts and the howls of gods, a foul wind, and a rain of blood, a myriad of corpses appeared, and the heavens and the earth had transformed into an azure field that was covered in corpses. All the people that this sword had killed in the past appeared at this moment. The mythical demon sword was forged with the blood of tens of thousands of living beings. Heaven and earth collapsed. If not for Mars being sealed, if it was any other star, the entire ancient star would have been cut in half without any suspense. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were shaking. It cut through the sky, and nothing could stop this world-shaking sword. Even the rising sun had completely dimmed, and it was far from being comparable to the sword light. In the face of this sword, the primordial saint faced it with his back to him. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, and divine energy split the sky. Not only was Yifan dumbfounded, but even Ancestor Crocodile was stupefied. His fingers were sore, and he couldn't even hold the divine sword in his hand steadily. Clanging sounds rang out, and the world shook. Ancestor Crocodile's demon sword hacked down on the primordial saint's scarlet iron chain. Sparks flew everywhere, and the cold light illuminated the heavens. It was deafening. That was a scarlet divine chain, and it was engraved with many primordial symbols. It possessed a powerful divine power, and it wanted to use this to bind the primordial saint forever. A long time ago, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor had studied it. At that time, Duando advised him to immediately abandon it, because the primordial saint's power had long seeped into the god-sealing chain, and was about to break it. Now, it was hacked down by Ancestor Crocodile's strongest divine sword, and the symbols on it dimmed quite a bit. Not only was Yi Fan scared, but even the primordial saint was horrified. However, this primordial saint didn't care at all. He treated Ancestor Crocodile like an iron pole, and he planned to break the scarlet divine chain. Great Yin and Great Yang, whichever is stronger, Yin and Yang support each other, the emperor under the heavens. Yi Fan recalled this incantation like ancient saying. This wasn't an ordinary primordial saint. He was extremely terrifying and powerful. During the archaic years when experts were as common as clouds and ancestral kings stood in great numbers, he could move unhindered under the heavens. He had killed quite a few ancestral kings, and one of them was even the great sage. Back then, all the clans attacked him from all sides. When he was in a daze, the matchless father and son from the nest of 10,000 dragons took advantage of this and sealed him. His accomplishments were extremely terrifying. He cultivated the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures at the same time, and this was the path to prove himself. However, in the end he went crazy. He was a god during the day and a devil during the night. Everywhere he passed by, there would be a reign of terror. It was full of slaughter, and the archaic era was shaken. At that time, the human race was extremely weak, yet such a supreme expert appeared. It truly triggered a great panic. He was called the human devil, and all the great clans felt uneasy. Since the ancient times, almost all those who cultivated the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures had failed. No one succeeded. However, this primordial saint cultivated both scriptures and survived. It couldn't be denied that this was a miracle. As a god during the day, he was filled with divine light. At night, he was a devil with murderous intent lingering around his body. He was incomparably crazy. Yi Fan and the others had speculated that this was at least a great sage. Otherwise, how could he dare to cultivate the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures at the same time? He wanted to prove his Tao. Dusk was when he was at his weakest. His mind wasn't clear, and it was easy for others to take advantage of him. Otherwise, even during the archaic years, when there were many ancestral kings, it would be difficult for anyone to subdue him. Chang Kung, Ancestor Crocodile, was also scared. He did everything he could to attack. He brandished the demon sword, bringing with it heaven-overflowing bloody light, and tens of thousands of corpses as he slaughtered his way over. His eyes were very vicious. This time, not a single one of the scarlet divine chains hit its target. All of them were aimed at the primordial saint's vital points. Every sword carried strands of the heavenly Tao. The laws were like rain, pouring down in torrents. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, some people in the Outer Space Observatory were astonished. After careful observation and comparison, they believed that Mars was experiencing a rare meteor shower. Moreover, it was extremely serious. According to that level of impact, it was enough to destroy Mars. What was strange was that it was actually unharmed. Later on, this encrypted information was sent to several relevant countries and was classified as top secret. That was because after careful analysis, they deciphered the shocking truth that exceeded common sense. Yi Fan didn't know any of this and didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. He was attracted by the great battle in front of him. Ancestor Crocodile's magical power was heaven overflowing and could definitely cut down Mars' star with a single sword strike. Unfortunately, he was obstructed by the seal here. The primordial saint was even more terrifying. He moved like a ghost and turned into a war god. He didn't take the initiative to attack and kept staring at Ancestor Crocodile. Most of his energy was focused on his own body, wanting to break the scarlet divine chains. Even if there was a sword radiance that hacked at him, it would only produce a string of sparks and produce a bloody scar. It was difficult to injure him to the core. He was like a demonic god. Ancestor Crocodile rushed into the sky. He was terrified and wanted to escape from Mars. This demonic human was too terrifying. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. If he broke free from the chains, who in this world could subdue him? Xiao. However, the primordial saint didn't give him the chance. He teleported and blocked his path. Within the morning multicolored light, his divine might was awe-inspiring, like a heavenly deity descending to the mortal world. Hong. The demonic human opened his mouth and inhaled. It was as if the sun had been swallowed. Endless essence flames covered the sky and earth. It was millions and millions of times more terrifying than a meteor shower. All of Mars was enveloped by it. Kacha. He circulated his magical power, and his entire body went taut. In that instant, the sound of chains snapping rang out. Streaks of scarlet light flew in all directions. The scarlet divine chains were broken by him. He was like a demon king who had broken free of his shackles. He let out a long roar that shook the world. The sound waves rushed forward and formed a beam of light, blasting Ancestor Crocodile down. The great ancient crocodile was anxious. It wanted to tear open the void and cross into the starry sky, but it couldn't. This primordial saint stood on Mars' star and locked down the heaven and earth. He couldn't break through at all. Wang. The old saint took the initiative to attack. Although he was as thin as a match, he had the strength to pluck the sun, stars, and moon. His divine might spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The white bone club in his hand was as heavy as 1,000,000,000,000 tons. Nothing could stop it, and it crushed the heavens and earth. Ancestor Crocodile screamed and fled for his life. He was originally an existence that could kill an ancient king and hack apart the ancient Buddha of the Great Thunderclap Monastery. But now he was scared out of his wits. Clang! The great ancient crocodile resisted while fleeing. The demon sword in his hand was smashed apart by the bone club on the spot. It broke into dozens of pieces and fell into the Devil Sea Eye. Hong. The primordial saint swung the bone club again. The pure white bone weapon contained an undying divinity. It turned into a beam of white light and fell down. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky all trembled. Pfff. A streak of bloody light surged. Ancestor Crocodile cried out. The lower half of his body was forcefully broken, turning into a bloody paste. Meanwhile, the armor on his body shattered inch by inch, turning into powder, unable to protect him at all. The great ancient crocodile's soul almost left his body. He transformed into his true form and fled against the sky. However, he couldn't escape at all. The old saint locked onto him and increased his speed, cutting off his path forward. His lower body was wrapped in beast skin, and he held a bone club in his hand. His hair was a mess, and he looked like a savage that walked out from a primitive tribe. However, his strength was terrifying. At this moment, he completely treated Ancestor Crocodile as his prey. He acted like he was dealing with a wild beast and attacked ferociously. Not long ago, Ancestor Crocodile was like a god to Yi Fan. But now, he had fallen into a true crocodile. He was being targeted by a hunter and his life was in danger. Hong. The old saint swung the white bone club and smashed down a few times. Ancestor Crocodile was on the verge of death. He fell to the ground and transformed into his true form. The old saint lifted him up like a dead fish. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Ancestor Crocodile could definitely shatter an ancient star region, and was omnipotent. Even the ancient Bodhisattvas and Buddhas couldn't do anything to him. But now, he was in such a miserable state. At this moment, the old saint used his cultivation and magic power to start a fire. He then waved his hand at him, and actually prepared to cut open this great crocodile's stomach and roast it on the fire. He was inviting him to enjoy the crocodile meat together. Chapter 933. Ancestor Crocodile was dripping with blood. The lower half of his body had turned into meat paste, completely broken by the white bone club. At this moment, he was on the verge of death, no longer as mighty as before. Yi Fan was almost petrified. He really didn't dare to believe this. This was like a fantasy story. Ancestor Crocodile woke up from unconsciousness and saw that he was being held upside down like a dead fish. He struggled violently, but the old saint was very violent. With a swing of the club, the bones all over his body cracked in many places. If not for the flesh, his body and soul would have been destroyed. What was going on? The ancient crocodile couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept this reality. There was actually someone so terrifying in this world that could treat him like this. In the past he was all-powerful, able to split an ancient star with one strike. Even ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas weren't his match. He was invincible. But now he had become a prisoner and his life was in danger. Ancestor Crocodile cried out. This was truly sullen. He was an unrivaled demonic saint. He had never thought that he would lose his dignity like this. It was too useless to die like this. After a long time, Yifan finally came back to his senses. He couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. Not long ago, this ancient crocodile was still looking at him like an ant. It was full of disdain and contempt, even wanting to trample him to death with one foot. But now, it had suffered such a disaster. This was truly heaven's justice and retribution. Roar! Ancestor crocodiles roar shattered mountains and rivers. Countless mountains on ancient Mars star collapsed and collapsed. The entire world was shaking, about to shatter. He really couldn't accept this. He had lived for so long and could look down on ancient star domains one after another. He was regarded as an outer realm deity, but in the end this was the result. Pa. In response to his roar and struggle, the old saint was very straightforward. The club struck his head, almost splitting open his skull. Flames were already rising, burning more and more vigorously. That was the boiling of Tao and magical power. Otherwise, how could ordinary flames roast an unrivaled demonic saint? Yifan silently gazed into the distance, paying his respects to his dead classmates. Back then, on this ancient star, half of his friends had lost their lives. Great crocodile, you deserve this day. He scolded coldly. Ancestor crocodile was powerless and powerless, about to be refined alive. A slight struggle would result in a large club strike. It was extremely weak. It transformed into its original form, its red lantern-like eyes terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the body of the divine crocodile appeared. It was like a mountain, and its entire body was covered in black gold scales. It had a metallic texture, and when the big stick hit it, it made a clanging sound. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Ancestor crocodile really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. It was fine to meet a good-tempered Sakyamuni. At most, it would be suppressed. Encountering the old saint's temper was truly tragic. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted to roast him and eat him. The crocodile ancestor, which was as tall as a mountain, was easily picked up by the old sage like a little chick. Hua! The raging waves shocked the heavens. The archaic saints used their great magical power to forcefully conjure up a wave in the demonic sea. Pure clear water was produced from within and poured down with walala sounds. This was to wash the prey. Ah! Ancestor crocodile screamed. He had never thought that there would be a day like this. He really was about to become someone else's meal. A dignified and peerless demonic saint of a generation. How could the word tragic describe it? The old saint disliked him for being noisy and slapped down. The giant crocodile's mouth was almost deformed. Blood gushed out on the spot, and the crocodile's teeth flew out. This seat has traveled unhindered all my life. Apart from being defeated by Sakyamuni, I have been invincible and all-powerful. How many ancient heavenly geniuses had their corpses at my feet, but now, they have fallen to such an end. How lamentable. Ancestor crocodile wanted to kill himself. He really couldn't bear it and couldn't accept such an ending. He had traveled unhindered in the star field for 7,000 to 8,000 years, and had visited many ancient star fields. He could be considered an outstanding supreme among demonic beasts. Otherwise, how could he travel in the universe? But in the end, everything was for naught. So what if he had devoured the ancient Buddhas? In front of this old saint who didn't care about meat and vegetables, even the most powerful divine abilities were useless. He had also become food. Bang! Finally, with a light sound, Ancestor Crocodile was freed. The human demon ended his life with a swing of his stick. He crushed his head and even refined his primordial spirit. Chi. The old saint stretched out a finger and turned the useful information he had obtained from Ancestor Crocodile into a beam of light. He imprinted it between his brows and his expression was greatly shaken. That was because he knew how many years had passed. The blue sea had turned into mulberry fields, and millions of years had passed by slowly. It was no longer the ancient era, and the entire world had changed. The following scene was a bit bloody. The old saint acted as if he was dealing with a wild beast in the mountains. He personally skinned the divine crocodile of this generation. The flesh was shining and essence energy was overflowing in all directions. It was incomparably threatening. Even though the lower half had been blasted into meat paste, the upper half was still like a small mountain. The old saint tore off a piece of essence meat that weighed 500 kilograms. It flickered with dazzling divine splendor, because this was the divine flesh of a demonic saint. It possessed a mighty power that transcended the secular world. The old saint used the clear water that evaporated from the sea to wash this piece of meat clean. He roasted it with Tao flames. The flesh was enshrouded in mist and multicolored light. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, making one drool with desire. After a long time, the fragrance of the roasted meat wafted out for several kilometers. The old saint waved his hand again, and called Yi Fan over. The divine crocodile meat was ready to be eaten. Yi Fan shook his head and waved his hands with all his might. To be honest, he was really a bit scared. The old saint was too fierce. He roasted a dignified demonic saint. If word got out, it would shake the heavens. The ancient saint insisted that he go over and share the delicacies with him. The meat was golden and glossy. From time to time, it would rush out with multicolored divine light. It was obvious that it was very nutritious. It was probably almost comparable to the legendary dragon meat. Senior, I really don't dare to eat this thing. A single drop of a saint's blood can kill a powerful being. This piece of meat is enough for me to die 1,000 times. Yi Fan said with a sullen face. To be honest, he really wanted to try it. After all, this was the spiritual meat of a demonic saint. For many people, it was almost the meat of a god. However, he clearly knew how terrifying the saint's might was. Even in death, mortals could not blaspheme it, especially a demonic ancestor who had just fallen. The old saint scratched his head, looking extremely honest and simple. He gestured to him that the demonic saint's meat had been refined by him, and could be eaten without any problems. Really? Yi Fan moved forward. This fragrance had a special kind of magic. It actually had a kind of spirituality. Even the fragrance was divine brilliance. It was indescribably mysterious and dazzling. The ancient saint nodded and told him that this was the most delicious taste in the world. He could eat it without worry. As he spoke, he tore off more than 10 kilograms and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Divine brilliance overflowed and flowed out from the fragrant golden meat. Rays of multicolored light came one after another. It was gorgeous and dazzling. Yi Fan tore off 2 tails of meat. Compared to the old saint, it was quite delicate. He did not dare to take a big bite. He was really worried that his teeth would break. Obviously, his worry was unnecessary. The old saint had really used the flames to refine the essence, qi, and spirit of the crocodile ancestor. The meat was tender and smooth. It melted in his mouth and turned into rays of light that entered his body. At this moment, every pore on his body opened up. Essence qi gushed out, light overflowed, and divine power surged. Yi Fan almost soared into the sky. The demonic saint's meat was really extraordinary. It had an unfathomable power. He felt full of energy and his whole body had endless strength. In the eyes of mortals, this was definitely divine meat. In fact, this was the case. Since ancient times, who could eat the meat of a demonic saint? Especially in his realm, it was impossible to even think about it. Especially in this era, it was difficult to see a living demonic saint. Taking a step back, even in ancient times, how many people could hunt demonic saints like this and use them purely as food? Probably only this old saint could do it. This could be said to be divine meat. For cultivators, it was a great supplement. If eaten for a long time, not only could it strengthen the muscles and bones, but it could also be reborn. After making sure that the old saint had completely roasted this piece of meat with the flames, Yi Fan also let go. He took out more than 10 jars of old wine, and ate the meat and wine with this wild old man. Although there was only one ingredient, it was the most delicious and rare thing Yi Fan had ever eaten. He was especially happy. As he ate, he felt the holy power surging. Rays of divine light seeped out from his pores. He felt that he was about to fly to heaven. Yi Fan was drowned in the auspicious air. He emitted 5-colored divine light from head to toe. He never thought that a meal could be so nourishing. He seemed to be really going to fly to heaven. His whole body was comfortable, and he felt like an immortal. Divine power surged like the sea. Unknowingly, his cultivation had improved a little. He had reached the great perfection of immortal too, and could not be more perfect. There was only a layer of window paper. As long as he could break through, he would reach another realm. His physical body had experienced a baptism. Every inch of his flesh and blood was full of explosive power. Yi Fan felt like he could smash a star with one punch. He felt like he had endless power. When he realized this, he knew that he could not eat anymore. He had reached his limit after eating more than 10 kilograms of glowing holy meat. If he went on, his body might explode. Only then did he realize how terrifying the old saint was. He swept away the clouds and ate the crocodile meat. Then he cut off another few thousand kilograms of meat and roasted it with the flames. Yi Fan was dizzy. This was not donkey meat or chicken meat. This was the meat of a demonic saint. He ate so much of it as if nothing had happened. He really treated it like ordinary food. Right at that moment, a wave of flames surged out. Yi Fan noticed that blood was flowing from his nose. He couldn't take the several kilograms of monster saint meat anymore. It was just too nutritious. If other sect master level figures ate this much, they would have most likely been smashed to pieces, and their flesh would have exploded. He jumped up and began to run around the demonic CI. He ran thousands of kilometers in one breath. He finally felt a little better. Yi Fan did not stop and continued to run. He only returned after 2 hours, but the result left him dumbfounded. The body of the divine crocodile, which was like a small mountain, had lost a large piece of meat. It was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and it had all entered the old saint's stomach. Moreover, he was not satisfied. He cut off another few thousand kilograms of meat, and continued to roast it. Divine splendor rose and dense smoke lingered. Not long after, he finished eating it all. Only then did he wipe his mouth and stop. Although the immemorial saint could hold a mountain in a mustard seed, this way of eating was too frightening. The essence of the demonic saint meat was enough to tear apart the mountains and rivers. How terrifying was his appetite to be able to digest such a huge amount of essence. Even a true dragon would be stuffed to death. The crocodile ancestor's body was full of treasures. Would it all be eaten by the old saint? No matter what, he had to refine a few holy weapons. Moreover, if this spiritual meat was eaten sparingly, it would also be a supreme life-saving tonic. Yi Fan felt like he was going crazy. At the same time, he had many questions to ask this savage old man. Chapter 934. The old saint didn't speak much. He didn't open his mouth from start to finish, apart from when he was eating the crocodile meat. Yi Fan had many questions he wanted to ask, but this old man seemed to feel that silence was golden. Voila! A wave of ink rushed out from the demonic CI. The ancient saint washed the crocodile skin. It was as if it was cast from black gold. Every time it moved, it would produce a sonorous sound. Tao patterns interweaved. Divine multicolored light shot out in all directions, and auspicious vapors rose. It was a type of divine material that even saints would be moved. It contained the essence of a demonic saint, impervious to swords and impervious to water and fire. It was hard to find in this world. This black metallic divine skin overflowed with all types of Tao light. It was innately close to the great Tao, and even if it hadn't been refined, it was already a type of treasure. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, making it impossible for people to approach. It possessed a powerful holy might. An existence of this level could kill a powerful being with a single drop of blood, let alone such a large piece of skin. Yi Fan's eyes were burning with desire, and his saliva was about to flow out. The skin of the divine crocodile race was the most precious. If it was made into armor, it would simply be a dream grade. This was especially true for the crocodile ancestor. This was an ancient divine crocodile that was revered as a demonic saint. Its skin had long possessed an inextinguishable divinity. Unfortunately, the old saint didn't look at him. He threw away the long tattered beast skin, and wrapped the crocodile divine skin around his waist. He activated his terrifying essence energy to refine it, and in the blink of an eye, It became a set of primitive beast clothes. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was used to cover one's body. What a waste of natural resources. Yi Fan actually wanted it very much, but the ancient saint had already wrapped around his body, so he was too embarrassed to ask for it. After all, this was hunted by the other party. Then this savage old man began to pull out the tendons and bones. He really wasn't careless at all, refining all the good things out. He used the water from the demonic sea eye to wash it clean, and then he used the crocodile ancestor's divine tendon as a belt, tying it around his waist. It was so extravagant that it made people want to pull out their hair. Yi Fan stared at the giant crocodile bone. This was a precious bone. It was pure white and flickered with holy splendor, even more resplendent than the stars in the sky. There was no need to talk about its quality. It was rare and could definitely be refined into a holy weapon. However, Old Man Savage did not plan to refine it at all. He placed his white bone club on top of it. Dazzling light radiated, and Yi Fan had no choice but to retreat. That kind of energy fluctuation was too intense, and even as a human with a sacred body, he couldn't withstand it. The great Tao rumbled, shattering the universe. Those crocodile bones dimmed, and their divine splendor faded away. They exploded one by one, and were completely destroyed. The terrifying ancient divine crocodile bones turned into fine powder, and their divinity vanished. As for the old sage's bone club, there was an additional rune that looked like a dragon and a crocodile. It could be said that the essence of the divine bone had been refined into the bone weapon. Yi Fan carefully sized up the lustrous bone club, and he couldn't help but gasp when he noticed that there were many brands of various beasts on it. Could it be that all these markings were branded on it like those from before? If that was the case, then there was no way to estimate the value of this bone club. Yi Fan looked on anxiously. The old sage was really thorough. He refined everything, and not even a piece of bone was left. Old Man Savage sensed his gaze and turned his head to take a look. Then he reached out with a large hand and split the meat mountain into two. One of the pieces was sent over. It was at least a few 100,000 pounds. Yi Fan hurriedly retreated. For people of his level, the sage really stood high in the clouds, as powerful as a god. A drop of blood or a bone could kill a powerful being. Such a large piece of divine flesh contained terrifying laws, and it could definitely be considered a great killing weapon. The old sage seemed to have realized this. After thinking for a while, he once again took out the flames of the way and began to roast it. He divided this piece of meat into hundreds and thousands of pieces, and it gave off a fragrance in the flames. Moreover, during this process, Old Man Savage used his great magic power to draw out the essence of the divine crocodile. It turned into a scarlet refinement that gave off waves of dense steam. Yi Fan was horrified. Every piece of such essence blood had terrifying destructive power. If it was really taken out, even the king of the severing path would die with a grievance. The old sage was actually refining medicine. It was very primitive, and he directly extracted the essence from the demonic sage's essence blood. Regardless of whether it was the flesh or the blood that had previously spilled onto the ground, they all flowed into his hands like rivers. Holding a mountain in a mustard seed, the blood was like a small lake, and it all fell into the palm of the old sage. After thousands of refinements, it turned into murderous aura and cut off all the laws, leaving only the brilliance of divinity. Finally, there was a loud crash, and a large amount of dirty blood fell from the old sage's palm like a waterfall. It was a vast expanse, like a sea of blood falling into the demonic sea eye. In the palm of his hand, rays of scarlet light rushed up and surrounded this auspicious aura. In the end, only 6 scarlet pills the size of longan fruits were left. They were sparkling and glistening, as bright as red agate. The old sage handed 4 of them to Yi Fan. A fragrance assailed his nostrils, making him feel like he was about to ascend. His pores relaxed as if he was bathed in celestial light. Yi Fan knew that this kind of precious pill was hard to find in the world. Only the old sage could go against the heavens to refine it. He really did not know what kind of magical use it had. He carefully put it into a jade jar. At this time, the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of divine crocodile meat had been roasted. The murderous aura and laws within it had been completely melted away. The old sage handed it over. Yi Fan felt like he was in a dream. This was a demonic sage, and now it had become his food. If this kind of great supplement were to spread, it would scare people to death. He had many questions to ask, but the old sage was very silent. He almost did not say anything. He walked around the demonic sea twice, looked up at the sky, and was lost in thought. Seeing him like this, Yifan really did not want to disturb him. The other party seemed to be thinking about some important matters. At noon, the old sage finally moved. He actually borrowed his cauldron and used the Tao fire to boil the divine crocodile's heart and liver into a pot of soup. He called him to drink it together. Yifan was a little stunned. It was a pity that the ancient divine crocodile had died so miserably. It had really become a delicious soup, and not a single bit was wasted. This old sage really knew how to enjoy life. If the news of him eating these things got out, it would definitely shock everyone and frighten a group of sect masters and almighty people. His cauldron had become a real soup pot. It was really a little different. The source chi of all things flowed, accompanied by the fragrance of the divine soup. Other people would definitely be dumbfounded if they saw it. Should it be said that it was extremely luxurious or too extraordinary? Any cultivator who saw it would probably be speechless. Yifan persevered and nagged at the old sage nonstop, wanting to communicate with him. However, the other party still treated his words like gold, and almost didn't speak. He would only occasionally look at the sky in a daze. In the end, Yifan was helpless. He said what he was most worried about. If night fell, this master would definitely turn from a god to a demon. No one in the world could control him. That would be a great disaster. Yifan pointed at the blazing sun in the sky. He felt that he could let the old sage rush towards the sun. Within a suitable distance, it would always be daytime. Perhaps he could slowly melt away his demonic nature. The old sage shook his head and silently pondered. He had not paid much attention to Yifan. Clearly, he had been thinking about his own problem. He was worried that after the sun set, he would go crazy and start a massacre. Yifan immediately understood that the so-called god in the day and demon at night was not related to light, but the problem of his divinity and demonic nature. As a god, as a demon, the time should be the same. People mistakenly thought that it was caused by the alternation of day and night. "I'm leaving." The old sage stood up and finally said this. "Senior, where are you going?" Yifan asked. Naturally, he communicated with his divine will because the primordial language was different from now. In the depths of the desolate universe, in the darkness that no one can reach. The old sage said softly. Yifan knew that he was exiling himself for eternity. He was afraid of accidentally injuring others, so he willingly fell into the depths of the desolate star field, and walked alone until he became a cold corpse in the depths of the universe. Clang, clang, clang. A metallic sound rang through the air. The fragments of the scarlet divine chain that had been broken earlier all flew back. The old saint used great magical force to reforge it, refining it into a new divine chain that was even sturdier. He engraved strand after strand of symbols on it, and then he sealed himself. "Senior, it has its own shackles. When my life is in danger, it will break. If nothing happens, it will imprison my demonic nature." Yifan sighed softly. He did not know if they would meet again after this parting. The primordial saint was too powerful. In order to not cause a killing calamity, he would rather exile himself and live alone in a foreign land. "Maybe I will think of a way. The fusion of the moon and the sun," the old sage said to himself. Yifan's heart stirred. He quickly carved out the taiji and passed it to the old sage. There were even some changes in the taiji Dao. Your secret realms all have different cultivation methods. It is difficult to link them together. This is a great hidden danger. If I teach you the moon and the sun, it will harm you, the old sage warned before leaving. He then carried the white bone club into the void and broke through the restraints of heaven and earth. He entered the star field and disappeared. Yifan was lost in thought. He looked at the distant sky and only came back to his senses after a long time. He let out a soft sigh. He did not know if he would be able to see this unparalleled expert again in his life. He hoped that he would not fall in the depths of the universe. He stayed on the ancient planet for half a day and searched carefully. He did not see any more ruins. Everything had been swallowed into the demonic sea. However, he also made some other discoveries. He saw some satellites and the remains of space probes. Some were recent, and some were from a long time ago. Voyager 48 Chang'e 19. Yi Fan observed carefully. These spacecrafts were badly damaged, and mainly came from the spacefaring nations. It was expected that they would all crash on this sealed ancient planet. After taking one last look at the ancient planet, Yi Fan decided to set off and rush home. He had no time to waste. Although he did not return to Earth directly after crossing the star field this time, the ancient planet was not far from his destination. Of course, this was relative to the Big Dipper star field. In terms of the actual distance, it was enough to scare people to death. The ancient planet was the closest to Earth during the Big Rush, 55 million kilometers away, and the furthest during the Unity Day, about 400 million kilometers. One had to know that the ancient planet belonged to the solar system, and was a planet that was close to Earth. Yet there was still such an astronomical distance. One could not help but sigh at the insignificance of humans. Yi Fan continued on his way. He quickly rushed out of the thin atmosphere of the planet, and finally got rid of the gravitational pull. He then took out the mysterious jade platform, and began the long and repetitive crossing process. Relying on him to fly back would probably consume all his divine force. Moreover, he did not know how many months it would take. If there was any deviation, it might even take a few years. He constantly adjusted the coordinates and crossed toward the homeland where he was born and raised. He did not know how many mysterious jade platforms he had destroyed. Finally, he saw the blue planet clearly. Yi Fan's tears almost flowed out. He had been away from home for so many years. He was afraid that something bad had happened to him after so many years. In the past, he had experienced all kinds of life and death battles, but he had never been so nervous. But now he was panicking and his body was trembling. Earth, I'm back. Yi Fan's eyes were brimming with tears as he constantly approached. His heart was extremely excited. He had been away on the coffin pulled by 9 dragons for more than 20 years. Now he had returned with his own efforts. He could not help but tremble. Chapter 935. I'm back, I'm finally back. Yi Fan's spirit was like a raging wave, surging in outer space. Looking at it from outer space, the aqua blue star looked very beautiful. It was like a blue diamond, sparkling and translucent. It was almost dreamy. Yi Fan continued to cross, abandoning one mysterious jade platform after another. Finally he approached it. This consumption was huge, but fortunately he had prepared for it. His homeland was below him. The aqua blue star wasn't very big, far from being comparable to the Big Dipper star region. It couldn't even be compared to the vital ancient star region of the Ziwei star region, but it had an indescribably vast aura. Relatively speaking, it was very exquisite, but it made people revere it. It was as if there was a living great emperor lying dormant, making people tremble uncontrollably. It's a very strange feeling. Why do I feel like it's many times bigger than what I saw? It's even more vast than the Big Dipper and the Ziwei star. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks, bewildered. He looked at the distant outer space, and felt that the Earth was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It had a frightening power. He thought about what was on the blue star. After returning, he sensed it carefully. The Earth was different from what he had imagined. There seemed to be something in power beyond his understanding. Suddenly, a planet streaked across space. It wasn't very far away. Yi Fan was surprised at first, but then he understood. It was the moon. There were many craters on it, and they were very close to each other. It was completely different from the moon on Earth. Huh. What's going on? There seems to be something on it that makes me feel uneasy. Yi Fan was surprised. He pondered for a while and descended. Not long after, Yi Fan landed on the moon. The temperature was very low, and the rocks were cold and hard. It seemed like they could freeze people. It was nighttime on the moon. Yi Fan was moved. He felt a trace of lunar holy power, hidden in the crevices of the moon rocks. However, when he tried to capture it, he found it was almost negligible. The moon was the essence of the lunar. There were records of it in ancient books. Could it be related to cultivators? Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He searched again and again. There was indeed lunar holy power, but there were only a few strands left. It was almost negligible. The moon was known as the moon in ancient times. If you think about it carefully, this place is too particular. Yi Fan felt cold all over. He hadn't really returned to Earth yet, but he had already sensed a few mysteries here. The lost history and the truth of annihilation stirred his heart. Yi Fan used his heart to observe, using his hands to touch every piece of rock, savoring the vicissitudes of time, feeling the lunar holy power. He had a strange illusion. In ancient times, this place seemed to be the source of extreme Yin, but countless years ago, it had disappeared for some unknown reason. He walked forward, touching the cold, hard stone with his hands. Earth, there are too many secrets. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of Jingwei filling the sea, Quafu chasing the sun, and Hui bending bow, and these were definitely just a small portion of it. The true ancient secrets that had been destroyed were the true foundation. Yi Fan placed his hand on a piece of rock, and actually heard the clanging of swords. It sounded like the sounds of ancient battles. The battle intent in his bones and the blood in his body immediately boiled. There was a sword scar on this piece of rock. It couldn't be wrong. He could clearly recognize the vicissitudes of history, and the boundless killing intent contained within. An ancient sword scar. Yi Fan muttered to himself. That was an era where heroes came forth in large numbers. If he had the chance to see it, then his cultivation wouldn't have been in vain. I wonder if I can find the ruins of the Moon Palace on this moon. Yi Fan strolled on the moon aimlessly, searching for the ancient ruins and feeling the mysteriousness of it. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his head. Something was rapidly approaching from afar, sweeping across the sky. Yi Fan's body was glowing, and his conjured form was concealed. A satellite flew across the sky. He didn't want to shoot it down, nor did he want to escape because of it. He only concealed his true appearance. At this moment, a group of people at a famous satellite ground station on Earth all stood up in shock. Coffee sprayed all over the screen, and their eyes almost popped out. God! The satellite flew across the sky. Yi Fan walked calmly on the moon, causing a certain group of people on Earth to exclaim, and then be completely petrified. God, what did I see? Is Satan on a journey, or is God descending to the world? This kind of exclamation sounded in several places, and finally it was listed as a national secret, causing panic in a small area. Yi Fan walked on foot, looking for the ancient traces. Unfortunately, he released his powerful divine sense but found nothing. The so-called Moon Palace couldn't be seen and didn't exist in the world. There was nothing on the moon. Except for the rock with the sword scar, he didn't see anything related to cultivators. I can't see it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The remaining tine holy power is enough to explain everything. Yi Fan was relieved. He didn't have to find the reason. He crossed more than half of the moon and came to the other side. He saw a metal shell. It was a base built on the moon. More than 20 years had passed. With the current technology of human beings, this was no longer a problem. If Mars wasn't so strange, there would have been a human space station long ago. Yi Fan walked to the front and looked carefully. This metal shell covered a large area, and there was even a piece of green vegetation, which was used for experiments. And when he was observing, people in the space station also found him. They were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. They were dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. Fortunately, Yi Fan didn't stop. He disappeared in an instant, rushed out of the moon, and crossed to the Earth, leaving only a mysterious jade platform in space. The moon was nearly 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Yi Fan passed through the void and entered the thick atmosphere, revealing his real body and descending by himself. The Earth is really strange. Yi Fan had a strange feeling at the first moment, and then he was deeply in awe. He sensed something extraordinary. The sound of the wind was like the sound of a knife, cutting people's skin. Yi Fan went down, overlooking everything on the earth. The mountains and rivers gradually became clear. The great way of heaven and earth was very special. It was incomparably high and difficult for Yi Fan to capture, which made him both shocked and afraid. A bad premonition came to his mind. Something extremely terrible must have happened on the earth. The whole world of the great way of heaven and earth gave people a feeling that it was incomplete. Yi Fan descended from the expanse of white clouds. The scenery below became clearer and clearer, revealing the magnificent mountains, rivers, and great earth. However, his heart sank more and more. The essence of heaven and earth was so thin that it could almost be ignored. It was difficult to cultivate in such a situation. He immediately knew why he didn't see any cultivators today. And this was not the most terrible thing. What worried him the most was that his own cultivation seemed to be declining rapidly. His magic power was seriously dissipating, and he had the illusion that his Tao was about to disperse. Why was this happening? This was a big event that would make any cultivator horrified. Even Yi Fan was scared. Should he return to the earth? Would he become a useless person? He was greatly shocked. No, it's not my own problem. It's the will of the heaven and earth. Yi Fan's cultivation and magic power seemed to be declining, but they finally balanced out. Luckily, he could still fly. If he continued, he would probably become a free fall. He was the saint physique of the human tribe, and he had one foot in the Tao cutting pass. If he fell to his death like this, it would be a big joke. My cultivation and Tao didn't decrease. It's the suppression of the heaven and earth. This is the legendary age of Dharma ending, where Tao can't be perceived. Yi Fan was shocked after a glimpse. The moment he was suppressed by the heaven and earth, he saw many mountains towering above the clouds. He didn't know how high they were. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? There can't be such mountains on the earth. Before he could finish his sentence, everything disappeared. There were only some low mountains below him. Everything was an illusion. This caused him to be surprised and bewildered. Clang! In his sea of sufferings, the two pieces of green bronze trembled slightly. They sensed something as soon as he arrived on the earth, as if they were foretelling something. Yi Fan steadied himself. He observed the sky for a long time, but he didn't feel the same as before. He saw the row of skyscrapers below him, towering into the sky. He didn't continue to descend. Instead, he began to travel across the sky. He was already near the coast. Not long after, he entered the sky above the ocean. He couldn't help but roar in this uninhabited area to vent his emotions. I'm back! Boom! He brought with him endless light as he freely descended from the sky. He fell into the sea, stirring up huge waves as he rushed into the distance. On this day, the residents of a certain country in this sea area were terrified. They thought there was an earthquake and a tsunami. At the same time, they suspected that the nuclear power plant tragedy from 20 years ago was happening again. This was indeed the age of Dharma ending. In this world, Yi Fan's cultivation level didn't decrease, but the power he could exert was greatly reduced. No wonder. There were no more cultivators in the world after the pre-Qin-Chi practitioners. They all fled. What exactly happened on Earth? Yi Fan's heart was filled with endless questions. It was one thing for the vitality to be dried up, but how could cultivators survive if they couldn't even sense the grand Tao? I wonder if the pre-Qin-Chi practitioners and those powerful ancient inheritances left anything behind. Perhaps I can even find some cave abodes. Yi Fan murmured to himself. His heart was burning with passion at the thought of this. There were too many places waiting for him to explore. He walked on the surface of the sea at an extremely fast speed. He was a bit moved as he gazed at the boundless ocean. Was there the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? However, nothing could compare to his parents. Nothing else was important. He turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the city he used to live in. He had worked hard to cultivate for so many years and didn't want to come back at any time. After experiencing twists and turns and several life and death situations, he finally ascended the five-colored altar. He resolutely abandoned everything about the Big Dipper, but now, he was afraid that it would all be for naught. Yi Fan had been gone for more than 20 years. Now that he had returned, he felt uneasy as he looked at the unfamiliar cities along the way. Time flew by and he had finally returned. However, would he still be able to see his parents? Would all his efforts be for naught? At this moment, he was incomparably apprehensive and afraid. In this world, time was the most terrifying thing. It could erase everything and change everything. Even the ancient emperors couldn't change it. Chapter 936. The wind was very cold. In this season, the temperature in the north was very low, especially in the early morning. The air exhaled was white, and the trees were bare. As the morning glow rose, Yi Fan arrived at B City. This city was even more prosperous. Skyscrapers stood tall in the morning glow, as if they were inlaid with a layer of gold. However, Yi Fan was filled with a sense of unfamiliarity. He could no longer find the familiarity of the past. He had lived here for a long time, but now everything had changed. Where can I find them? Yi Fan was a little worried. He was afraid that he would never see his parents again. He had gone through so many hardships and almost lost his life. It was hard for him to accept that he was gone. He did not go to his residence. He could see it from afar. The place had long been redesigned and changed completely. Yi Fan was very nervous and uneasy. He walked towards the suburbs. His parents did not like the fast pace of the city. They had been rejected when they brought them to live together. This place has changed too. Yi Fan was stunned. When he arrived at his parents' residence, the piece of the past had been replaced. People came and went. Rivers flowed continuously, and high-rise buildings stood tall. The original satellite town and B City had become one. He could not find a trace of the past. If he did not trust his intuition, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. Everything had changed. People often said that after leaving home for many years, they finally returned, but everything had changed. He stood silently for a long time. Then he came to the rooftop of a building and looked into the distance. The only thing that was still there was the natural lake. However, it had been dug up and a large park had been built along it. In the past, Yi Fan's father liked to fish there to kill time, but now it was impossible. Some people were doing morning exercises, but they could not see a familiar figure. They could not even ask if they wanted to. Yi Fan came to the lakeside and saw an old man practicing Tai Chi. He stopped and stretched his muscles, like a dragon circling a tree, like an ape hugging the moon. Wow, not bad, young man. You're pretty good at it. You're even more experienced than me, an old man who has been practicing Tai Chi for 40 years. The grandpa who was practicing Tai Chi was amazed. Uncle, let me ask you something. How many years has it been since this place was rebuilt? Where did the original people go? Yi Fan asked as he practiced Tai Chi fist. Young man, you're not a local, right? This has been planned for more than 10 years. To be honest, it's not as good as it used to be. I miss the tranquility of the past, where there were fewer people and trees, and the air was fresh. The old man was very talkative. He and his wife had deliberately come to this place in order to live out their retirement. They wanted to be close to nature and be at peace. But later on it was connected to the city. There were also tall buildings everywhere, so there was no difference. Sai, there's nothing we can do. Wasn't this villa area also demolished in the past? Even they couldn't do anything about it, let alone an old man like me. If it's demolished, then so be it. The old man complained. More than 20 years ago, there were a few old people who loved to fish here to kill time. Do you still have any impression of them? Yi Fan asked the old man while practicing Tai Chi slowly. Yes, although I moved here later, this lake is really a good place. I could carry a stool and sit by the shore for half a day. That kind of life was really leisurely. But now I can't help but feel itchy. Just as I put the fishing hook into the lake, 4 or 5 people suddenly ran over and told me that I would be fined 500 yuan and not allowed to fish. I said that I would put the fish back into the lake after I caught it, but they said that I couldn't do that either. I really had no choice but to buy a few live fish and throw them into the fountain in front. I wanted to enjoy myself, but I didn't feel that way. Moreover, I was fined 1,000 yuan. Yi Fan felt a little dizzy. This old man was really talkative. He just asked him a few questions, and he suddenly said so much. It seemed that this old man lived quite freely. Then you can go to places like the fishing garden. Don't make things difficult for the people in the park. I guess they are also on tenterhooks, Yi Fan said with a smile. My old arms and legs can't withstand that kind of torment. It takes 2 hours to go back and forth. I'm here to relax, not to suffer. Then have you seen such a person? Yi Fan described his father's appearance. I think I have seen such a person, but he doesn't come often. I can see him occasionally. I heard that he is a senior fishing friend, but something happened to his family. He is quite depressed and he rarely shows up for half a month. Yi Fan's heart was depressed and sad. All this was because he had left this world. Who could bear such a blow when he lost his son in his old age? Do you know where he went? He moved away before this place was planned. I heard that he wanted to change the environment, so that he wouldn't be reminded of the past and be sad. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. This was really a bit difficult to find. Fortunately, the old man told him that some people still lived in this area after the planning was done. He should be able to find a few old neighbors. I say, young man, is this a Song costume or a Han costume? Where did you buy it? It looks quite good when you wear it to do Tai Chi. I'll buy a set one day. Before Yi Fan left, the old man grabbed his hand and asked him about the ancient costume he was wearing. He touched it with his hand and said that the texture was really exquisite. It was good silk. Big Dipper transmigrated back. Yi Fan was confused and answered subconsciously. Big Dipper shopping mall? It's really a bit far from here. My old arms and legs are really a bit tired of going there. It's a bit far. Yi Fan almost spilled the beans. This old man was really talkative. He quickly came to his senses and said goodbye. Before leaving, the old man kindly reminded him that his hair was too long. He said that this was an era where individuality was highlighted, but the old man was still not used to it. Yi Fan was speechless. He touched his thick black hair. Fortunately, it was loose and there was no wooden hairpin in it. Otherwise, how would he be pointed out by others? However, more than 20 years had passed. In this era where individuality was highlighted and the atmosphere was very open, no one surrounded him. At most, they looked at him with surprise. Yi Fan went in and out of many small areas. He used his powerful divine sense to sweep through them one by one. He still didn't see any old neighbors. Half a day passed, and he didn't gain anything. It was far more tiring than a life and death battle. This was mental exhaustion. He was worried about gains and losses. He was afraid that it would be a tragedy. He leaned back on a bench by the side of the road. He was physically and mentally exhausted. He stared at the sky in a daze. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to rely on his supernatural power to enter the relevant department and retrieve the files. Uncle, where did you buy this ancient costume? A 4 or 5-year-old boy blinked his pitch-black eyes. He didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. He ran over and asked. I brought it back from the Spoon Star. Yi Fan said seriously. Liar. The little fellow was very angry. He wrinkled his nose and blinked his eyes, but he was still very hopeful. He said, Can you tell me? I also want my mother to buy it. Jingxian, what are you doing? A young woman came not far away. She called the little boy away and led him to the front of a car. The little fellow was very stubborn. He said unwillingly, Mom, I like that kind of clothes. Don't go home first, okay? It's so old-fashioned. Even the non-mainstream clothes from more than 20 years ago look better than this. The young woman carried the little boy into the car and quickly drove away. Yi Fan was speechless. Back then, some experts called their generation a lost generation. Some people after the 1990s were called non-mainstream. Now that he thought about it, the children after the 2010s, 200s, and even the 30s should have risen. Hey, that woman looks a little familiar. Who does she look like? Yi Fan was suddenly startled. He tried hard to recall, and felt that she looked like someone. Suddenly, he quickly got up and hid his figure. He shrank the ground to an inch and chased after her. On today's earth, his cultivation was suppressed. It seemed that his cultivation had dropped a lot, and was far from what it used to be. But after all, Yi Fan was about to cut the Tao and was still very powerful. After leaving the commercial street, he followed the car into a neighborhood with a decent environment. The young woman carried the little boy down. Mom, I'm not happy. If you don't buy me an ancient costume, I won't be with you anymore. The little boy pouted. Good boy. What will you look like in that kind of clothes? It's very ugly. The young woman coaxed him upstairs. Excuse me, are you Uncle Lu's daughter, Lu Qian? Yi Fan stepped forward. Wow, Uncle, you live here too? Mom, I want this ancient costume, the little boy cried. Who are you? The young woman was very vigilant. An unfamiliar man following her made her feel a little uneasy. Yi Fan immediately confirmed that this was Lu Qian, the daughter of his old neighbor, Uncle Lu. She still vaguely looked like a child. When he had left, This little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. Now that she had grown up, she looked very much like Aunt Lou. Back then, the old couple had a daughter in their later years and treasured her very much. When he had left, the little girl was still bouncing around and extremely lively. Now she had become a mother. Yi Fan didn't pester her too much. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a simple young man dressed like this. He consciously left. Before long, he cut off his long hair and went in and out of the mall. He changed into a set of modern clothes and finally seemed to blend into this world. He was used to wearing Big Dipper's armor. Now that he was wearing the clothes of the past, he felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that his hands and feet were restricted and not suitable for battle. When he returned to the neighborhood, nothing unexpected happened. Not long after, he saw an old man coming out for a walk. As expected, it was Uncle Lou. He was almost 80 years old and much older than before. However, his body was still healthy. Yi Fan changed his appearance slightly. Otherwise, it would be too shocking and frighten the old man. He naturally met up with the old man in the small district and started chatting with him. The old neighbors have all left. There are only a few people of this age left. Uncle Lou sighed as he talked about his past. More than 10 years ago, Yi Fan's parents moved away from this place. However, they didn't leave the city. They just moved to another district. Do you still keep in touch? No. I suddenly couldn't contact them 10 years ago. Yi Fan's heart sank. His body couldn't help but tremble. However, he finally calmed down. He had a certain level of mental preparation. After all, he hadn't seen the final result yet. Back then, I had to believe that there are gods in this world. What are you trying to say? Of course it's Mount Tai. Although the people above kept it a secret, many people saw it with their own eyes. Poor old Ye's son. Such a good young man, but he's gone just like that. However, it's also possible that he became a god and the 9 dragons took him away. The old man was old and long-winded. He talked about many things in the past. Yi Fan was silent. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he left this place and went to District P of B City. He found the new address his parents had moved to. It was a suburban area with a good environment. There were mountains and rivers. In the past, this place was very desolate. Now many people had fled the city and chose such a place to retire. In front of him, there was an old courtyard house from the last century. It was old but very charming. There was a large piece of forest around it and a man-made lake. No matter how he looked at it, it was very similar to where he used to live in the past. Thinking about it, his parents wanted to change to a new environment and were still nostalgic. Yi Fan found the address and descended from the sky. He landed in a courtyard and shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." However, there was only silence. No one responded to him. Yi Fan trembled. Looking at the tightly locked door, his whole body felt cold. He entered the room. It seemed that no one had lived in it for a long time. There was a layer of dust on it. This made him even more afraid. This place lacked people. It had been a long time since someone cleaned it or came in. Finally, he found a notebook in the bedroom. He casually flipped it open and saw a sentence that worried him. "I saw Lil Fan again in a daze. I saw him come back. However, when I woke up, I found nothing. There were only some cold tears on my face." "Mom, Dad!" Yi Fan shouted, tears flowing out of his eyes. Chapter 937. It's rainy again. My joints hurt a little. I'm really old. It's cold at home. Hearing the cries of the neighbor's children, I'm reminded of Lil Fan when he was young. The old man doesn't say anything, but I know he misses Lil Fan more than I do. I often call his name when I sleep at night. Every time I turn on the lights, I see tears on his face. We're really old. The diary had already turned yellow. Every time Yi Fan turned a page, tears rolled down his cheeks. It was filled with longing for him and their love. "Dad, Mom." Yi Fan couldn't help but cry. He had experienced so many hardships in Big Dipper, but he had never cried. Now that he was back, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears rolled down his cheeks. The dusty diary felt like it weighed a ton, causing his hands to tremble nonstop. His heart ached. His aged parents, his miserable old age, his dreams were calling his name, but when he woke up there were only cold tears. It's the new year, and it's still just the two of us. If Lil Fan suddenly came back and appeared by our side, how great would that be? It's the 15th, and the Lantern Festival is here. We should be reunited, but the house is so cold. We went to bed early, but we couldn't sleep until dawn. Our waist and legs hurt, and our bodies can't take it anymore. I don't know how many more years we can wait for Lil Fan. Yi Fan cried and knelt on the ground. He held the diary that was filled with tears and longing. His body was trembling. Every word pierced his heart, making his heart ache. How did the two old people get through all these years? Tears blurred his eyes. The yellowed pages carried too much, heavier than a mountain. The last page of the diary was from 10 years ago. There were only a few sentences. Their bodies couldn't take it anymore, and they were in a trance when they thought about him. The two old people couldn't speak for a few days, and they fell sick from depression. Yi Fan's heart hurt like a knife. He grabbed his hair and knelt on the ground in pain. He wished he could turn back time and go back to that moment, just to see them smile. This was a diary from 10 years ago. What was left of it now? There was only dust. There was no life. Yi Fan's mind rumbled, and he felt as if he had lost his soul. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be changed, but he was still unwilling. He roared like a wild beast, releasing a sorrowful cry of pain. "Dad, Mom!" He roared towards the sky, tears pouring down like rain. He forcefully grabbed at the void, wanting to redeem something, but he couldn't do anything. He searched crazily, searching every corner, but everything only made him more sad. The moldy and damp bedroom, the simple furniture, the spoiled instant noodles, all of these showed that the two old people did not have a good life in their later years. Finally, he saw many neatly folded clothes in a relatively new wardrobe. Every single one of them was well preserved. They all belonged to him. Yi Fan choked with sobs, trembling as he rubbed his hands. He knocked his head against the ground and knelt there, unwilling to get up. He hammered the ground with all his might. Even though he was doing his best to control it, cracks were still spreading out. This was an unacceptable result, and he wanted to roar out loud. He had disregarded everything and set off from the Beidou Star region, just to reunite with them today and appear by their side. But it was still too late. Yi Fan cried and constantly called for his parents like a child. His tears flowed like a river, and he felt as if he had lost the entire world. If his enemies from the Beidou Star region knew about this, they would definitely be puzzled. How could such a cold-hearted and ruthless person have such a side to him? After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's heart was empty. His eyes were lifeless, and he sat there motionlessly, hugging his knees. After reading the diary and looking at everything in the house, he could already deduce that his parents' bodies couldn't take it anymore 10 years ago. He could guess the ending. Yi Fan was like a wounded child, curled up in a corner and didn't move for a day and night. His eyes were empty as he stared blankly at every item in the house. It wasn't until the next day that he stood up. He wanted to open the last scar in his heart and face the cruel pain of bloodshed. He slowly walked out and looked at the sky. He felt that everything was gray, and even the sun had lost its luster. Everything was so depressing. Looking at the old courtyard house, he was speechless. He had left a lot of money for his parents back then. After Mount Tai disappeared, the house, car, and savings should all belong to his parents. Why didn't they live a good life? Based on the standard of living at that time, what he had left behind was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Was the price inflation? The purchasing power of $10 in the 100s was similar to that of $1 in the 90s. But even after more than 20 years, the price of goods was outrageous, and the inflation was even more severe. The property should be enough for them to enjoy their old age in peace. Yi Fan shook his head. They were already gone, so there was no point in looking into this. He was almost desperate to face the final result. He wanted to find out where his parents had gone during the last days of the diary. He wanted to see their last moments. For this, he decided to show his magical powers and enter some relevant departments. He didn't care if it would shock the world to read everything. First, he released his powerful divine sense and searched through the memories of some people in this courtyard house. He searched carefully and then erased all traces of his actions. He had never thought that he would actually find an extremely valuable clue. Someone had taken away his parents who were already dying 10 years ago. It was a woman. These people didn't know who the woman was. They only knew that her surname was Sue because his parents had called her Little Sue before they boarded the car. A woman with the surname Sue. Yifan's heart moved. In his life, among all the people he knew, she was the only one he had interacted with, and his parents called her that. At the thought of this woman, Yifan was stunned. Then he sighed softly. More than 20 years had passed. What else could he do? Time was so heartless and had changed many things. Su Qiong. A woman who had left a strong color in his life. It had been more than 20 years since they last met. He didn't know what would happen when they met again. After leaving the suburbs, he used his magical powers and entered some relevant departments. He looked through the files and found some important things. He found out where Su Qiong lived. After graduating from university, his relationship with Li Xiaoman also came to an end. More than a year later, he met a woman named Su Qiong and became friends with her for 2 years. From being as plain as water, to knowing each other for 2 years and becoming very good friends. After that, there was no after. It had all ended before it even started. If he didn't have that gathering, if he didn't go to Mount Tai, if he didn't disappear from this world, perhaps there would be many more stories. In this bee city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. To be able to own a villa was an impossible dream for many people, especially in this place, West Mountain. West Mountain was the general name of the mountains in the west of Bee City. It had a superior geographical location and beautiful scenery. It was especially famous for its ancient temples. It was adjacent to scenic areas and was known as the Royal Plate. Yifan came to a standalone villa and watched quietly. The weather was very cold, and the leaves on the trees had already fallen. He could see that this place was very particular. It had a good view and a good place to live. There were no disturbances or accidents. He found Su Qiong's residence very smoothly. It was the standalone villa in front of him. In the distance, a car drove over slowly and a graceful woman got out of the car. She was so familiar that Yifan was shocked. It was Su Qiong. She had taken good care of herself. Although she was already past the prime of her youth, there were not many traces of aging. She had an extra sense of maturity and steadiness. Yifan was in a daze and thought of many things in the past. The beautiful woman in the past loved to talk and laugh and was very cheerful. Now her temperament was completely different. The years that had passed and the youth that had passed had changed a lot. If he didn't meet her here, he wouldn't have dared to recognize her. Mom. The door on the other side opened, and a girl around 16 or 17 years old got out of the car. She was very lively and beautiful. She looked very much like Su Qiong from 20 years ago. In the distance, Yifan was stupefied. So many years had passed, the girl from before already becoming a mother, having such a big daughter. This made him feel all types of emotions, silently standing there. A time. He slowly spat out these 3 words. In the distance, Su Qiong happened to look over. When she saw him, her handbag fell to the ground. Her expression froze as she looked over in shock. Then, she became extremely emotional. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Yifan. She muttered, You are. Mom, what's wrong? The girl quickly went around the car and ran over. She hugged her mother's arm and shook it worriedly. Then she followed her mother's gaze and looked over. After so many years, Yifan's appearance hadn't changed. In fact, he was even a few years younger than before. He walked over silently and looked at her. Is it really you? Su Qiong asked with a trembling voice. It's me. Yifan nodded. Such a meeting made it hard for them to say many things. The two of them looked at each other silently, and their emotions fluctuated. Let's talk inside, Su Qiong said after calming down. Mom, who is he? The girl beside her asked softly. After entering the living room, Su Qiong said, Su Yi, go to your room. I have something to say to this uncle. What uncle? He's only a few years older than me. Su Yi wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. She playfully and provocatively said, Hey brat, who are you? Her tone was joking, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Go back to your room. Su Qiong put on a stern face. Oh, all right. The living room became quiet. The two of them did not speak. To Su Qiong, Yi Fan's appearance was too shocking. After a moment of suffocating silence, Su Qiong opened her mouth and said, "All these years, where have you been?" "Very far, so far that I've risked my life and risked my life to come back," Yi Fan said bitterly. Su Qiong sighed and said, "I didn't wait for you for too long. We've known each other for 2 years, and that's all I've waited for. People have to live, don't they?" Yi Fan nodded. Reality was not a novel. People had to survive and live. Waiting bitterly for a lifetime was not realistic. It was just a beautiful story. People had to move forward. He did not know how Su Qiong brought his parents here, but something must have happened. "Su Qiong, my parents," Yi Fan said with a trembling voice. "If only you had come back 3 years earlier." As though he was struck by lightning, Yi Fan leaned on the sofa powerlessly. He felt as though the world had darkened. Although he had already expected it, when he heard it with his own ears, he still felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His vision turned black, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Su Qiong stood up and brought him into a room. She told him that this was the last place the 2 old people lived. 3 years ago, they passed away one after another in less than a month. Yi Fan knelt there and cried silently. He grabbed onto the bedsheets tightly, wanting to feel everything about them and capture their presence. They truly missed you. Every night, they would gently hum the songs they used to coax you to sleep when you were young, and caress the pictures of you when you were young. Especially when their bodies could no longer move, they would hold on to the yellowed photo album tightly, afraid that they would lose it. In their last days, they would use their rough hands to caress it, and use their turbid eyes to stare at your picture. Yi Fan could not take it anymore. He knelt on the ground, pressed his head against the bed and cried out loud. All his efforts over the past 20 years had come to nothing. In the end, he could not see his parents. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, filled with sorrow and endless regret. The heart-wrenching pain and tears gushed out like a fountain, blurring his vision. Yi Fan's fingers were about to break. He could not accept this result. Su Qiong left, leaving him alone in the room. In a daze, Yi Fan felt a kind of warmth and calling. "Xiao Fan, are you back?" Yi Fan was heartbroken. He murmured, and with every word, he cried blood as he recited the salvation scripture. He had never thought that he would be reciting it for his parents. Every word was branded in the air, carrying his sadness and sorrow, imprinted in the room. Chapter 938. The Sorrow of the Wind Tree. The child wanted to raise, but his parents weren't around. The wanderer returned, unable to see his parents. Separated by life and death, how could he speak of sorrow? Yi Fan's tears trickled down. All of his efforts had been for nothing. He had disregarded everything to come back, crossing the boundless star domain, but he couldn't cross the river of time. In the end, he was still a step too late. He was gently trembling as he recited the salvation scripture. What kind of pain was this? He tearfully recited the Taoist scriptures for his parents, hoping that they would be reborn. Yi Fan bit his lips, causing blood to drip down. He softly called out again and again, each word stained with blood. The entire room was covered in symbols, imprinted in the void. For more than 20 years, his goal in life was to come back, to see his parents, to reunite with them, to let smiles reappear on their aged and sorrowful faces. For this, he had risked his life just to return. However, his parents were no longer here. In a single day, he had no goal in life, and his entire world collapsed. "Dad, Mum," Yi Fan muttered, tears continuously falling down. He trembled as he silently recited the salvation scripture. He had never thought that he would send off his parents like this. The greatest pain in the world couldn't compare to this. He had many things he wanted to say, to tell them of his longing for these 20 years. However, they were no longer here, so what else could he do? He could only choke with sobs, tears continuously rolling down his cheeks. Yi Fan's heart was filled with pain. All of his efforts had turned into nothingness in the face of time. Nothing could be done again, nothing could be changed. The paleness of life, the ruthlessness of time. He was so sad and helpless. He stretched his hand into the void, but he couldn't grab anything. He felt how laughable he was, thinking that one day, as long as he was unrivaled in the present world, he could shatter everything and change everything. But now, The heavens directly smacked him in the head, making him feel so sad that he was powerless. He knelt on the ground, not wanting to get up. Dad, Mom, I'm back to see you guys. Yifan knelt there, crying out sorrowfully again and again. I really missed you guys, but the road was too long. So long that I risked my life to come back. In the end, it was too late. Why did it have to be like this? I would rather die. Yifan roared. It was too late to say anything now. He tugged at his hair, and sensed the auras left behind by the two elders. Why couldn't he even see them? He was filled with unwillingness and regret. In the end, Yifan could only weep silently as he sat on the floor, leaning against the edge of the bed. He suddenly felt as if life had lost all meaning. What cultivation? What Tao cutting? What divine body? What invincibility? Everything was empty. What was the point of not being able to protect his parents? He felt that he was extremely laughable. All of his efforts had been for naught. He had cast aside everything, but in the end, it was still too late. It was an empty sorrow, and he couldn't do anything. He cried and laughed loudly while coughing. Strands of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly felt that he was nothing, that he was pathetic and laughable. I can't change anything. I haven't even seen my parents for the last time. I'm useless. Yifan cried for a while, then laughed for a while. He was completely disheartened and did not have a shred of nostalgia for this world. He felt that life was boring and that the bitterness was greater than the joy. He cried and laughed as he fell powerlessly to the ground. There was no sound, only the silent flow of tears. He didn't want to move, and he wanted to sleep forever. His parents' aged faces appeared in front of his eyes. Yifan was muddle-headed and slowly lost consciousness. He was exhausted, and his body and mind were haggard. Finally, he fainted. Little Fan, you're back. A soft call rang out in his ear. Don't be sad, don't cry. We don't blame you. We just miss you. Seeing you safe and sound. We're more happy than anything else. The soft voice was filled with love. Your mother and I always believed that you were still alive, and that one day you would come back to see us. We waited for a long time, but we were really tired and couldn't hold on any longer. Now that we know you're safe and sound, everything is fine. The old voice was filled with relief and gratification, but it also made one's heart ache. Like a dream, Yifan was in a coma. Tears kept flowing from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he saw two balls of light. He tried his best to grab their hands, but he couldn't do it no matter what. We're leaving. You have to live well and take care of yourself. The voice became weak. The two balls of light slowly dissipated, and the old face became faint. Then, it turned into a rain of light and completely disappeared. Yifan screamed and struggled with all his might. He tried his best to chase after them and make them stay, but he couldn't grab anything. Bang! He woke up with a start. There was nothing in front of him. He had lost the warmth from before, and his parents' aura was gone. It was empty. You're awake. Su Qiong sat beside him and passed him a cup of water. My condolences. People have joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. What did you see just now? Did you hear it? Yifan grabbed her hand and shook it forcefully. The water in the cup spilled onto the ground. Su Qiong frowned. Yifan was extremely strong. Even though she was carefully controlling it, she still felt pain. She said softly, you missed them too much, and your mind is too tired. Don't think too much and have a good rest. You really didn't see or hear it. Yifan stood up and released his divine sense. He wanted to find that familiar aura that moved him and made him feel close to it. Everything just now was too real. It was as if he had experienced it himself. It was right in front of his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was a dream or reality. He opened the curtains. The night sky was dark. A meteor shower was fading away and disappearing into the horizon. Yifan suddenly trembled. It was like a rain of light that dissipated in a dream. His body couldn't help but tremble. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he stared at the pitch-black sky. Strange, there was no announcement of a meteor shower. On the other window, Suyi held her chin and blinked her eyes curiously as she looked at the sky. Yifan opened the window and soared into the sky. He quickly chased after it, and turned into a ray of golden light that disappeared into the distant sky. In the room, Su Qiong's mouth opened wide in shock. The teacup in her hand fell to the ground and released a crisp cracking sound. The water splashed all over the ground. She couldn't believe it. Even though she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't accept the truth. Yi Fan was like a golden pung that streaked across the sky. Was he still human? Seeing Yi Fan suddenly return, in her knowledge, she thought that it was related to an extraterrestrial civilization. The first thing she thought of was a UFO kidnapping. But now she was petrified. Was that the god and devil civilization? In the other room, Suyi screamed and shouted for her mother. She shouted that a meteor had crashed into her house. The young girl was not afraid of anything. She quickly ran into the room and said, "Mother, did you see that just now? A meteor seemed to have streaked past our house. It's too magical." Su Qiong covered her chest with her hands and stopped trembling. She didn't want to lose her composure in front of her daughter. She tried her best to calm herself down. Everything that had happened was too shocking. Suyi was about 16 or 17 years old. She was very lively and active. She ran to the window and looked out. She kept poking her head out to see where the meteor had landed. "Mom, why is your face a bit pale? Did you get a fright just now? Don't be afraid, with your precious daughter here. No matter what kind of demon or ghost comes, I will beat them away. Hum hum ha ha." She made a Tai Chi fist gesture in a lively manner. But when she saw that her mother's expression was still unnatural, she quickly retracted her playfulness and said, "Mother, what's wrong? I'll go get you a cup of water. Where's that uncle? Why is he gone? Where did he go?" Su Qiong calmed herself down and said, "He had something to do, so he left first." At the end of the horizon, Yi Fan stood alone in the night sky in a daze. He couldn't have caught up to anything. The meteor shower had long since disappeared. Why? Was it you guys? Where did you go? He felt that perhaps there really was a mysterious power in the world. Were his parents saying goodbye to him just now? But then he shook his head. He was a cultivator, especially when he had reached such a powerful realm. He was very sensitive to primordial spirits and knew their nature. What was gone was gone. It was impossible for it to appear again. There was no way for it to be reborn. This was the nature of the world that couldn't be changed. Everyone would die one day. Even the ancient emperors were no exception. Maybe it's my own subconscious that's healing my heart. Yi Fan sighed. He used his hand to grab at the night sky, but he couldn't grab anything. He didn't believe in fate or reincarnation. There was no such thing as reincarnation in the human world. But what he had just experienced was both real and illusory. He thought back to when he went to the Western Desert, and the words of the old monk who transformed into the Tao. In the next life, if you believe in it, then it exists. If you don't believe in it, then it doesn't. The years are long and endless. In the end, two identical flowers will appear in the world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Whether or not they were the same flower, no matter how much later generations thought about it, not even that ancient Buddha could say it clearly. Was it my own subconscious that was lying to me? Or were they really saying goodbye to me? Yi Fan's tears silently fell. He would rather believe the latter. After crossing through the star regions and returning, he was still a step too late. He didn't even get to see his parents one last time. Just now, were they trying to make up for his regrets? Yi Fan mumbled. No one could hear what he was saying. He continuously muttered to himself as he stood in the night sky, wanting to stay there forever. He didn't want to continue thinking rationally. That was because if he looked deeper into it, the ancient sages had long written about reincarnation. It was impossible for it to exist. Yi Fan strolled alone under the starry sky. He didn't think. His heart was empty. At dawn, he landed on the ground. After the sun rose high in the sky, he arrived at the West Mountain Villa district. Su Qiong welcomed him in. "Wow, little uncle, why did you suddenly disappear yesterday? I don't remember seeing you go out." Suyi was drowsy and liked to laze in bed. She hugged a big wombat and got up. "Be good. Go wash your face, brush your teeth and eat breakfast." Su Qiong pushed her. Although Suyi was only 16 or 17 years old, she was as tall as her mother. She obediently nodded and said, "Oh, all right." This was the biggest blow that Yi Fan had ever suffered in his life. He really wanted to leave this place and avoid this mortal world. Everything that he had seen made him feel sorrow and pain. However, he couldn't just leave like this. He wanted to know the last moments of his parents, and wanted to know everything that had happened in the past. Eat something first. I'll tell you later. Su Qiong combed her long hair and comforted him softly. I can't eat anymore. You go eat. I'll wait for you. After that, bring me to their graveyard. Yi Fan felt his entire body become heavy. He fell onto the sofa and didn't want to move. His eyes were dry, but his tears had already dried up. Su Qiong sighed. She didn't have much of an appetite. She brought Yi Fan out and drove far away. After an hour, they arrived at the graveyard. The graveyard was huge. It was filled with evergreen grass. It was built along a small hill. There were even some green pines and cypresses. It made the place look solemn and dignified. It's here. Suddenly, Su Qiong revealed a strange expression. It was because there was a pure white flower in front of the gravestone. It was swaying in the wind. Its petals rustled and fell, emitting a faint fragrance. Will anyone else visit the graveyard? Yi Fan asked. I don't think anyone else knows. It's strange. Su Qiong was bewildered. Chapter 939. Spring hadn't arrived yet, and it was still the end of winter. It was still extremely cold in the north, and the cold wind felt like knives cutting at one's face. In front of the grave, a pure white flower swayed in the wind. The petals were blown away, and the names of 2 elders were carved on the grave. 3 years had already passed, and Yi Fan was powerless to defy the heavens. He silently knelt down. His lips trembled, and his hoarse words couldn't be heard clearly in the northern wind. He couldn't shed tears, and he could only mutter softly. Su Qiong walked to the side, giving him some time to be alone. She asked the cemetery manager who had just placed the pure white flowers here. Unfortunately, there were no results. There were quite a few people coming and going here every day, and no one would pay special attention to who it was. Yi Fan knelt in front of the grave. He wanted to accompany this place forever, never to rise again. He had lost his life's goal, and his heart was empty. His world was a leaden gray. Dad, this is a type of divine wine I brought back from Big Dipper. It's very difficult for the great sect masters to drink it. It's a pot of essence extracted from a 1,000-year-old wine cellar. Yi Fan opened a mutton fat jade gourd and poured out the wine. The refreshing fragrance filled the graveyard. Su Qiong was shocked. She turned around, and she just happened to see this scene. The wine fragrance was shockingly strong, and even someone like her who didn't drink white wine was moved by the fragrance. The cemetery manager saw this and quickly walked over, informing him that he had violated the rules. He had to put away the wine bottle, and he had to pay a fine. Su Qiong walked up, took out a stack of money, and handed it over. She didn't let him come closer out of fear of causing trouble. She knew that the current Yi Fan couldn't be measured as a mortal. Mom, these are some small ornaments I brought back from Big Dipper. Some strange ornaments appeared in Yi Fan's hands. There was a long pearl necklace that had been washed clean, and there was also a protective talisman carved from a heavenly evil relic. They were all things that could prolong one's life. Every one of them was sparkling and glistening, and they released strands of essence energy. Even ordinary people could see that they were extraordinary, and they could relax all their pores, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Strand after strand of flames surged from Yi Fan's hands, igniting all of these items and the 1,000-year-old divine brew. They turned into brilliant light, turning into ashes that fell in front of the tomb. The caretaker of the cemetery was anxious, and said that Yi Fan had seriously violated the rules. This place was not allowed to burn anything. When he saw the flame jump out of Yi Fan's palm, he stared blankly. I say, what is that thing you're burning? Why is it even brighter than a magic lamp? It's shooting out rays of light as though it's some kind of treasure. Oh my, what kind of wine is this? It's so fragrant that I can't help but want to take a sip. Just smelling it makes me drunk. As soon as he got close, he fell to the ground with a thud and fainted. Su Qiong retreated in shock, afraid that she would be intoxicated by the wine. She had seen a lot of things and had long realized that the things in Yi Fan's hands were not ordinary, and could not be judged by common sense. Not to mention those beads that were radiating divine splendor. Even that wine gourd was a flawless white jade. If it was auctioned, it would definitely cause a commotion and fetch a sky-high price. When the caretaker of the cemetery woke up again, he discovered that everything in front of him was pitch black, and that a pile of things had been burned. He immediately jumped up and was flustered and exasperated. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you burn a truck full of things? How are you going to clean this up?" His eyes were wide open. With such a pile of things, not to mention burning them, it would be troublesome just to transport them over. Su Qiong hurried forward and handed over a thick stack of money again. No matter when, this situation had never changed. Once the money was in place, it could even turn the millstone upside down. In life, there are too many helpless things. We are powerless to resist. My condolences. Uncle and Auntie won't blame you. As long as you return safely, it will be the greatest consolation for them. Because before they pass away, the only thing they care about is your safety, Su Qiong consoled. "I know. I want to be alone for a while. You should go back first." Yi Fan sat there with his back facing her and said. The red sun set in the west. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Finally, the sky was filled with stars. He sat there silently without moving. The caretaker of the cemetery was scared, but he didn't dare to bother him. Before leaving, Su Qiong stuffed a lot of money into his hands. Early in the morning, the sun shone down and rose high. Yi Fan was still there, not moving at all. He sat there for a day and a night, silently recalling everything from when he was young to when he grew up. Every scene of his parents floated up in his mind, and it was difficult for him to walk out of his heart. The happy, the sad, the unforgettable, the unforgettable, the unforgettable. The past was like smoke, occupying his heart. He really wanted to sleep here. At noon, he sighed softly and stood up to leave. His back view was bleak as he walked out of the cemetery. Although he didn't return for a day and a night, Su Qiong wasn't worried. She saw with her own eyes that he could soar into the sky. She believed that no one in this world could hurt him. Perhaps only he could. Yi Fan returned. He sat on the sofa and quietly listened to Su Qiong's story. Every detail of the two old people's later years made his heart ache, but he didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He just listened. Where there was light, there was darkness. Everyone would have happiness and sadness. There were happy memories, but there would also be unhappy memories. Su Qiong waited for him for 2 years, and then she got married. Just as she said, people had to live, right? And life was colorful. There would be wind and rain. 10 years ago, her life fell to the bottom. Her marriage that lasted for many years came to an end, and she lost everything. When Su Qiong went to the suburbs to relax, she unexpectedly met his parents. She couldn't believe that it was the two old people who took them away. Uncle and Auntie are good people. They donated the money you left behind to an orphanage, but their own lives are so difficult. They miss you and like children. I think that the bouquet of flowers was given by the orphanage. The doorbell rang. Su Yi skipped out and went to open the door. She shouted that her father was back. "My husband is back. He doesn't have much money. I bought the villa with the money I earned recently, but he is an honest person. Su Yi isn't his biological daughter, but he treats her very well." When she said her daughter's name, Su Qiong's voice trembled. Yi and Yi sounded the same. Yi Fan's heart ached. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin had changed many things. After a marriage, Su Qiong's choice was very careful. This was a university professor who was engaged in archaeological research. He was a really good person. Yang Xiao didn't look like a tactful person. He was a little stiff. When he saw that there were guests, he smiled kindly and greeted them after Su Qiong introduced him. "Father, why did you come back so late?" "You don't know, but I saw a shooting star almost crash into our house. Mother was scared to death." Su Yi chattered happily like a little magpie. "I was delayed in Jiangling for many days. There was a large tomb there, and I don't know what happened. Those who entered all died, so the archaeology was stopped. Otherwise, I would have come back even later." It's true. It's too dangerous. "Father, don't go." Su Yi was tall and slender. She poured a cup of tea for him and said fearfully, "What's going on? It's so dangerous. Don't take the risk." Su Qiong frowned. She was also very worried. It's fine. There's no need for us bookworms to take the risk. Only after everything is dug up will we be allowed to study it. Yang Xiao explained kindly. Hubei's Jiangling County's Bailing Mountain? Yifan asked. This place was very famous and had a great history in the ancient times. There were many ancient tombs in the mountain, with the Chu tombs being the most and the Han tombs being the second. The terrain there was very special. It was formed by 8 mountain ridges that stretched out horizontally and vertically. It was like a group of dancing dragons and thousands of horses. It was majestic, and in ancient times it was called the Dragon Mountain. Yang Xiao nodded and said that it was that place. This time, there was a tomb from the Warring States period. It was so mysterious that all sorts of equipment were useless. Many people died there, and only half of the tombstone was dug up. There were birds, fish, insects, and beasts carved on it. Yifan quickly became silent. His heart was like dead ashes, and it was hard for these things to pique his interest. His heart was desolate, and he didn't think about it anymore. Although the archaeology has temporarily stopped, it might continue after a period of time. Yang Xiao said, Father, don't go, it's too dangerous. Su Yi hugged his arm. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for little Yi. Don't run around and stay in your department. Su Qiong said, Okay, I won't go next time. I'll stay in B City. Yang Xiao smiled sincerely. It could be seen that this family was very harmonious, and Su Qiong had found a good home. Yifan finished asking about his parents and memorized every little detail before preparing to leave. Where are you going? Stay at home. Su Qiong looked at him in a daze and tried to persuade him to stay. No, I want to travel around. I'll treat your family to a meal some other day. Before Yifan left, he took out some small ornaments and gave them to her. Each of them was sparkling and translucent. Wow, so beautiful. What is this made of? It looks like a crystal, but it's not. How can it be more beautiful than a diamond? Su Yi was very lively. She took it on behalf of her mother and looked at it under the sunlight. Yang Zhao's face was full of shock. He stood up and moved closer. He adjusted his spectacles and said, These have at least 2,000 years of history. Yifan thought about it and took out some other small items. He gave a wooden bead bracelet and a protective talisman to Yang Xiao, telling him to bring them with him when he went out for archaeology. Just like the other sparkling ornaments, they were all rare treasures even in Big Dipper. They could extend a mortal's lifespan, and had formations inside to protect the wearer. Su Yi hugged one of Yifan's arms and called him, Little Uncle is the best. Yang Xiao said that they were too precious and could not afford to keep them. They might be national treasures. Only Su Qiong knew the true value of these things. After seeing how Yifan could rush into the starry sky, she understood that these were not ordinary items. They might be the so-called celestial items in the eyes of mortals. Yifan thought about it and took out 2 jade bottles and placed them in her hands. He used his divine sense to tell her that if anything happened to her body, she could take them. However, 1 pill at a time was enough, and she must not take more than that. Yifan left and was about to disappear. When he looked back, Su Qiong was still standing there with tears in her eyes. She muttered to herself, Time. I missed out on a lifetime. Mom, little uncle has left. Why isn't he coming in? Su Yi called out. Yang Xiao took out a coat and walked out to help her put it on. He said softly, Go in, it's cold outside. Amen. Su Qiong nodded. What was there for her to be dissatisfied about? Everything was going according to plan. As long as she did not think about the past, she would undoubtedly be very happy. Yifan walked on the streets alone in a daze. His parents were no longer around, and it was a huge blow to him. He felt that life had lost its meaning. He did not know where to go and could only walk aimlessly. He did not want to stop, and wanted to keep walking. He did not know how much time had passed. It might have been 4 days, or it might have been 5. He stopped in front of a park bench and sat there. He was seriously thinking about where he should go next. In his right palm a huge sarira appeared. This was left behind by the Western Desert ancient Buddha, who had transformed into the Tao. He was loyal and brought it to this side of the starry sky. In his left palm, a palm-sized stone coffin appeared. This was the taboo item that Chi Luo had asked him to throw into the starry sky. It was very likely that it was the ancient coffin of a divine being that was buried in the 9 heavens during the mythological era. Suddenly, specks of light overflowed from his hand and turned into a rain of light. This is